Commissioner meeting for Monday, March 13th, 2023 at 6 p.m. And the first item on our agenda is the, you got that going, or do I need to say that again?
You might want to say that.
Okay, I'll say it again. Big hurry tonight. We got a lot of business to do. I'll call to order the meeting of the Stokes County Board of County Commissioners for Monday, March 13th, 2023 at 6 p.m. First item on our agenda is the invocation, and I'll ask Commissioner Mendenhall if he would lead us in the invocation.
Thank you. Stand with me, please. Stand. Almighty, gracious Heavenly Father, thank you for giving us a safe journey to Danbury tonight for our meeting. Father, as we look out here today in our audience, we have people of all ages, people that have contributed to Stokes County in so many ways. And Father, we give you thanks for all the things they have accomplished and done. Father, now as we go through each and every day, we rely upon your strength, your guidance, your wisdom. And Father, we just pray that you will give each person here tonight a safe journey home. May you be with them. For it's in your precious name we pray. Amen.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join us in the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Make a motion to approve the agenda.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, the agenda is approved. The next item on our agenda is recognition of the South Stokes men's basketball team. What we're going to do, the way we're going to do this, first of all, Shannon, the county manager, is going to make some comments. And then the board members will have an opportunity to make some comments. And then the last thing we want to do is to hand out some certificates to the members of the team. So I'll start with comments from the county manager, Shannon Shaver.
Welcome. I'm glad you all are here. Thank you for taking time to come tonight, especially all the young people in the room. We just wanted to take a minute to recognize you guys for a really good season that you had at South Stokes. It was probably one of your more impressive seasons, I would say. It looks like you had a really good winning record. I think you got back-to-back conference champs and season champs. So that's a lot to be proud of, and made it to the final 8 in the state championship games. And if you ever attended those games, I know a few people in this room attended some, it was sort of a different feeling in that gym this year than before. I've been to a lot of events at South Stokes, but you guys took it to a new level this year. It wasn't just about basketball. It was very much like going to church almost. It was a beautiful thing. It was really nice to come to. You're a great team to watch, first of all. But seeing how you put yourselves on the court and were such a good example for everybody in the gym, you changed a lot of people. And I've heard some people say so many nice things about your team and what a good job you did and how wonderful that was for the whole community of Walnut Cove. So just good luck with all your future endeavors, and always keep putting God first like you have been, and everything else will just fall in place for you. And thank you all so much for coming.
All right, we will next like to have some comments for any of the commissioners that would desire to comment. I'll start Commissioner Wood.
Yes, I gotta regroup and not get emotional. Your record was unbelievable, but I'm thinking at Danbury Baptist Church, putting Jesus first was unbelievable what y'all done. My hat's off to you, and I'll get off here before I lose it. But I'm really proud of y'all. I'm proud of the county. I'm proud of the principal that allowed you to do it. You couldn't do this just anywhere. They would have stopped you in your tracks. So my hat's off to y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner Wood. Commissioner Cox.
I had to write a few things down because I was afraid I would forget something, a thought that I had about it. And again, I want to congratulate you on an outstanding, amazing season. You played with class and integrity on the court, and I feel like that y'all lived on the court what you were wearing on your shirts, and that means a lot. the games I saw, cool heads on the court, and you know, because all those fans in the stands are standing in judgment. They shouldn't, but they do. And what you had on the front of your shirts and warm-ups, you lived it on the court, and that says a lot. And I saw the hype on Facebook about, you know, the warm-up and the season, and when I walked in the gym and what I saw for myself, to be honest, I thought I was pretty prepared for what I was going to see with the warm-ups and the game and stuff. But I was even overwhelmed by emotion with being there. And like you say too much, you're going to lose it right here. And that's not what I want to do. But I was moved by the atmosphere, and I felt the sincerity of it. So I felt like y'all were playing as a team, and you weren't playing selfishly, and that's probably why that attribute to your success and how come y'all did so well this year, and that says a lot about you too, Coach Clark, because it's the atmosphere that you create and the buy-in of your team, and they totally bought in, and that's a credit to you and your coaching staff as well, and I just know you'll never forget this past season, and I hope you have many more just like it. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Chandler.
Yeah, congratulations to a great year. And I know that you had to put a lot of work, a lot of Saturdays, a lot of after, even during the summer, off-season workouts. I think it was great. The coaches showed great leadership, it's teamwork. At the same time, there's also individual talent, but the individual talent on the team had special skills, fit within the teamwork or the forework of the team, and you're winners. Even though you didn't win the actual state championship, you're winners, and that'll carry on in life, and we're proud of you here in Stokes County. Thank you.
Commissioner Mendenhall.
Thank you. Thank you. You'll mind me standing a minute?
That'll be fine.
Got a few special words I just want to say because I know a lot of the guys over there. I coached the head coach, Coach Clark. Did I not? Yes, sir. You don't say bad things about me, do you? Athletics can be an extremely important part of a person's life if you put it all in perspective about what life is about. You know, I see a lot of the kids back here, and I coach some of your dads. I coach some of the kids' uncles. I coach two of the coaches that are coaching, Coach Clark and another coach that I don't see him back here tonight, but I coached him in baseball also. And I'm going to tell you something. As you carry through life, there will be some difficulties and things that you have to overcome. But one thing that I want you to always remember is something I call excellence. And it's the standard of excellence. And it takes a lot to achieve that. And Coach Clark will tell you, when I coached, I expected everyone to give it their best. And you know what excellence really is? Some people may call excellence the opposite of mediocrity. I call it when you go out there on that court, when you go out on the baseball or football field, wrestling mat, basketball court, it doesn't matter what. Excellence is when you go out there and you know what your job is and you know that you're playing for all the other guys on your team. You're playing together. You're playing for each other. And you're playing to achieve your very best. But you know what else? As it's been mentioned. You're playing for God. And you know, I'm going to tell you something. The good Lord can carry you a long ways. And I've been to a lot of ball games, getting home at 12 and 1 o'clock at night. But I'll tell you something to your face. I don't want to get too emotional, but I don't know how to say it any other way than I am so proud of y'all. I I am so proud of y'all. You know, I graduated from South Stokes a few years ago. Not gonna tell you what year. But y'all made the community proud. You know, I live between Germans and One Cove, and I'm in One Cove a lot, and I hear a lot of people talking. And a lot of people were bragging on not just how you played, but how you displayed your conduct on the court. And also giving the good Lord his due. So to every one of y'all, thank you. Thank you for your representation of Stokes County and South Stokes High School. Coach, thank you.
All right, I'd like to conclude by also congratulating the team. You know, team sports is really a neat thing. It's a lot of fun, has all kind of advantages for doing it. I think one of the most important things you gain from team sports is leadership training. That's really one of the first exposures that students have and young folks have about what it is to lead and how to be a leader. Your behavior on and off the court is stellar. I mean, you know, the performance record is great, but I think the larger issue is your character and integrity that you've demonstrated through the activities and the way you've conducted yourself before the games that I think everybody's pretty aware of. So it gives me a lot of hope and confidence that that we're generating strong leaders, because Lord knows we need them. If you look around the world today, we need strong leaders that have integrity and confidence and know what's right from wrong. So I'm really encouraged, and congratulations on, like I said, your record is basketball record, but more importantly, your kind of life record of the way you guys are conducting yourselves. We are all very proud of that. So the last thing we're going to do, we have some certificates that we'd like to give you. I'm going to read off the names, and Shannon will give you your certificate. If you would just come up when I call your name and get your certificate, and then mill around by the door, and we'll take a photograph before you leave with a group photograph. So our first name is Barry Harrison Jr. Our next person is Isaiah Lash. God, you guys are tall. We have Ethan Moran. I think he's not here tonight. We also have a certificate for him. The next person that is here is Jonah Fye. Larson Gallimore. Brendan Bradford. Carson White. Corinne Ye. Brady Clark. Ian Clark. Trey Wilmoth. Jake Losey. William Tilley. Ethan Tilley. and Michael Wirtz. Oh, he's not here either, okay. Get his certificate. We also have certificates for the coaches as well. Jason Clark. Derek Ward. Matt Weaver.
That's not
Okay, Jay Anderson. Brady Dudley. And Ben Bowen. Let's give these guys a hand one more time, please.
picture with all of us.
Yeah, we can figure out how to do that.
You all can stand there and we can kind of, maybe we'll fill in some here and fill in.
There's some tall lining behind us.
Oh, that's good. That might be better. Some behind, some, yeah.
Maybe we should just sit here.
Slide us closer together and maybe they can get behind us.
I guess we're not sitting here. Or are we sitting? It could be a better shot with them.
Yeah, here you
There we go.
go. Back here.
I don't see how she's gonna get him.
Mountain Dew here.
Is it that?
No, it's high test.
That was getting pretty good.
It has
Can you hit everybody?
After you hold it.
Okay.
We hold them up.
Here we go.
Get one more.
All I know is my nephew better put in some hard work or he ain't gonna get to play for it.
Thank y'all so much for doing this. You really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank y'all.
Thanks, guys. They can buy you supper.
That's what we should do.
He's on.
Be able to next year. So, thank y'all.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is public comments. And so I'll open the floor for public comments, and our first speaker is Sandra Moore.
Hope everybody's well today. Good evening, Chairman Morris, other commissioners. Happy to see you. Thank you for taking the time to hear me tonight. My name is Sandra Moore and I reside in Westville. I'd like to speak to you tonight, just not for myself, but on behalf of Stokes County and its other residents. And that includes pet owners and non-pet owners. A couple of weeks ago, my husband and I had a visit from Stokes County Animal Control. There was a complaint regarding our horses. We've had horses all of our lives. I thought it was just some ignorant neighbor complaining about our horses in the pasture, not knowing anything about livestock, just trying to cause trouble. But it was a little more to it than that, but bear with me, I want to give you a little information about my horse. He was 32 years old. We bought him when he was 2 years old. We got him in Oklahoma. He's been all over the country. He went to school with my daughter. She had a rodeo scholarship. She went to school at New Mexico Junior College and Texas Tech. She team rode, she barrel raced, she goat tied, and she calf rode. And he was used in almost all of those events. So he's been all over the place. He's like a part of our family. This fall, he got sick. The vet came to see him, was surprised that he was doing as well as he was because he had a good heart and he was old as he was. Well, we knew it was time for him to go this fall. He had lost a lot of weight. My husband said, I'll put him down, but he's eating now. He continued eating. And then one day we couldn't find him. We went down to the pasture and he was laying down and couldn't get up. He nickered at us and we knew it was time. My husband already dug a hole a couple of weeks before because we knew we was going to have to put him down. And we did. And we just lost a little dachshund 2 weeks before, so it was kind of a bad time anyway. I don't know if you guys own pets or not, but we get attached to them. A week later, I get a note on my gate, and it says, we need to talk to you about your horses. And there had been a complaint filed that said the horse was thin and was standing in the rain. Okay, horses stand in the rain, cows stand in the rain. We have a shelter, we have a new barn, and they have a nice pasture, well fenced in. We live in a nice area. Everything's manicured and well taken care of. There was really no reason anybody should have stopped. I was offended. I was insulted. I've always looked after my animals. So to move on, I wrote an editorial to the Stokes News concerning the visit so the folks could educate themselves about livestock, because I thought it was a disgruntled neighbor just wanting to cause trouble. I wrote the article, emailed it, voiced my concerns. The letter was published, so I had closure, and I thought it was a done deal. I had several calls from people over the county, Forsyth, Stokes, even down Rockingham, talking about animal control. The majority was disgruntled residents fed up with unfair treatment from animal control. Some of the stories were a bit mind-blowing, that an agency funded by the taxpayer could treat people with so much contempt. However, over the weekend, I acquired information that led me to the belief that the animal control supervisor, Miss Lori Smith, was targeting people, writing complaints, and making anonymous phone calls to push her agenda forward to acquire more funding from you folks. At this point, I felt targeted, and so I was angry. There was a county commissioners meeting on February the 27th in which Ms. Smith stated that her office receives 158 complaint calls in a 4-hour period on any given day.
You have 4 minutes, so kind of wrap up if you would.
Can I borrow somebody's time? Is there anybody out here I can borrow your time? No?
You can borrow a couple minutes of mine, because I ain't gonna need much.
Got 2 more minutes then.
Okay. Do you realize that Ms. Smith said there were 158 complaints? That's astronomical. County manager had already emailed me and told me that they get 73 complaints. That's 790 complaints in a 20-hour period per 5-day work week. That's 3,100 calls in a month. 41,052 weeks. That's approximately the population of Stokes County. 44,000 in 2020 was the census report. Now, Guilford County, I talked with them 2 weeks ago, they get between 80 to 100 complaints each day. Their population is 524,000 people. That was 2020, and they get less calls than we do. And you can set our county inside of there how many times you figure. I think the taxpayers being lied to here, and I think you all have been taken for a ride. And I also have phone logs from Stokes County from July the 1st to February the 28th of this year, and there were a total of 149 calls to animal control. 29 were concerning animal bites, 86 related to animal neglect. I don't know what the other 37 calls related to, I don't know. But keep this in mind, this is from July to February. Stokes County Animal Control. The agent that paid the visit to our home admitted he didn't know much of anything about livestock. He didn't notice the barn or the other horse in the pasture that was well fed and healthy looking. He didn't, and after I explained everything, he wanted another meeting and he wanted my vet's phone numbers and addresses. It's not all complaints even need to be addressed. A little research on animal control
Okay.
could just do away with having to harass somebody.
Could you wrap
it's a-
up? Could you go ahead and wrap up, Ms. Moore?
Okay, it's a lot of unwanted intrusion. I call it invasion of my privacy. And why are they capable of harassing citizens? And if the taxpayer complains, they're not believed or heard. And the office is not under the jurisdiction of the Stokes County Sheriff's Department. Most animal offices in North Carolina are.
Okay, your time's up. Your time's up.
One more thing.
Okay, hurry.
Ben Franklin said, pardoning the bad is entering the good. And he also said, and was shrewd and he was a well-informed statesman, at a U.S. Constitutional Convention, he stated that his belief in the public servant should not to be paid a salary for in paying the civil service our government would not be made of wise and moderates, the men fittest for the trust, but instead they would be run by bold and the violent, the men of strong passions in their selfish pursuits. And then he said, pardoning the bad is entering the good. And I rest.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Savarsi.
They wouldn't let me have it.
You're down to 2 now. Don't let me forget that.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead, Mr. Savarsi.
Hi, my name is Srinanda Sarvashri. I live at 1060 Tyler Road, and I've come along to visit with you guys and pass on whatever I've been able to discover. For the past 7 years, let's see, since 2016,
7 years.
2016,
Yeah.
I began making presentations to the commissioners and seeing commissioners come and go and come and go and come and go, which is normal. And so I thought probably you haven't seen a lot of the presentations that I have made. So I put them all together in a document of every presentation, well, selected presentations since 2016. And so I gave that to the administration, and they provide you with that document, single document, with all those presentations, which you can go through. Basically what I was doing was I would look at the problems that we have in the county, and then I would research them. I might spend weeks or months researching different problems and looking for solutions rather than just complaining. So I bring solutions forth and I write them up, edit them, and provide you an edited version of it that you could read and study and see about maybe how we could implement them. So that's the first document that I provided to the administration to pass on to you guys. The other document covers the past 2 years of what I could call weirdness.
I got a message saying somebody can't hear. I just want to make sure. It's not. Turn this one towards a little bit and see.
Okay.
Hopefully it's just not.
So,
Just speak loud.
yeah, so for the last 2 years, we've gone through a lot of lockdowns and all that. And so I researched all that to the nth degree, and I provided some of my research, but mostly it's not my research at all. It's just my collection of data from all around the world, from experts, virologists, Nobel Prize winning virologists, 17,000 doctors who have made comments on the past 2 years and what they think is going on. A number of journalists have made in-depth studies of what went on. So I just found that available, and not all of it is my writing. A lot of it is just what I found. Mostly links and websites for you to go check out what all these people think has happened over these past 2 years. So that was the other document I provided, and it's an archive, and you can open that archive and read through it. Some of it's rather shocking, but that's what these people were saying. So not my information that I created, it's their stuff. So I'd be happy to get your feedback on it. You can write me anytime. At my website is rebuildhealth.com. I've been involved in natural health care for 52 years. I'm 77 years old, and I don't ever get sick. And the last time I had any real sickness was in 1974. I had a bad headache. So that's how I keep myself healthy. I wrote a book called Extraordinary Healthcare, which you can find on Amazon, and it has basically all the information that I would give people who come to me, look for natural health care solutions. So that book is available to you, Extraordinary Healthcare on Amazon. So that's all I have to say. But thank you so much. I'm going to run off, as you do every time I do lately. I'm going to run off and go have something. My wife is waiting for me. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vossi. Our next speaker is Tommy Reeves.
Thank you, Commissioners. How y'all doing tonight?
Good.
This is first time speaking at a Commissioners meeting. I've been to a bunch. I'm 30 years retired law enforcement from the city of Mount Airy, so I've sat in a bunch of Commissioners meetings. But it's the first time I've had to come to Stokes County, and it's all about animal control. Just quick proposal, the one at kennel permits. I coon hunt for a living. I rabbit hunt, I bird hunted, I've hunted all my life since I was 10 years old. By her proposal, it'll cost me $850 a year to me to keep coon hunting, because I have females off and on at all times. I trade dogs, I hunt dogs, I keep them. So by that, I can't do it. She's got one in here that says, cannot be, no person shall leave an animal in a vehicle when temperature is above 70 degrees or below 32. I coon hunt. I got a $1,200 dog box that's insulated. I put my dogs, I go coon hunting when it's 10 degrees. I go coon hunting when it's 80 degrees. By that law right there, by her ordinance, she can charge me. 30 years in law enforcement, we've got enough laws. If you take what the county has right now, no changes, we got enough laws. You just got to enforce it. You just got to go. You don't need to add more laws. The state has laws. You can enforce them. You don't need all this right here. This right here is somebody trying to tell me what to do with my dogs. And let me tell you something. I treat my dogs very well. I got a 12-year-old dog, looks like he's 6. He's as healthy as they come. Now he might kill over tomorrow. If he does, I'll bury him and I'll get bent up. Because he is a hunting dog. I like my dogs. I treat my dogs very well. But they are dogs. And it shouldn't cost me to do a sport that I love. And it shouldn't cost nobody else. The more problem I have is there's a gentleman here, and I won't name his name, handed y'all some paperwork from UKC, ACHA, PKC and stuff, and y'all handed it down on patrol. The next day she was on his property inspecting his animals. Well, that's harassment. 30 years in law enforcement, that's harassment. No rights. His dog is in barrels. That's off the ground. It meets the standards by code. It was on a chain, it's 10 foot long, with swivels on both ends, and the knob, the stop has swivels. So that meets. That meets all the code right here in the county. So there was no reason for her to be on that property, checking those dogs. But the only reason she went was because y'all handed her paperwork that he handed, because he's been voicing his opinion about this animal ordinance. We put somebody that's trying to get power hungry and over a position. They are trying to enforce their beliefs on this whole county. And that's uncalled for. There's enough laws on the books. 30 years of service, I promise you, there's laws on the books that's never been used because somebody thought they needed to put it on there. And that's what this is right here. It's trying to put laws on the books so they can enforce their beliefs on us. And it's uncalled for. And you should not be allowed to use your power and your position for that. We should be allowed to speak what we want to without having somebody show up our next door, our door next day and try to take out on us and give us warnings for what we got. So I appreciate y'all's time, and I want y'all to really consider this right here is overreach by one person. And that's it. It's overreach. We have enough laws as there is. We don't need more laws in this country. We don't need more laws in this county. We have enough as there is. We don't need more ordinances, more organizations. If you go look, you have what you need. Thank y'all for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Wayne Glidewell. Juan, ain't it? Yeah. Juan, I'm sorry.
And y'all probably done figured it out, but I'm the one that was just mentioned. She came to my house and she outlined this right here. Told me I could not have a dog on a chain. According to the old ordinance, there's nothing wrong with it as long as it's 10 foot long and swivel on both ends. I have barrels made into dog houses. They are off the ground. The shavings in them that deep. I asked her why I couldn't use the barrels. She said the way the bottom was shaped. And I said, well, it's full of shavings or hay. Didn't get no answer for that. She pretty much told me what she wants in this new ordinance is what I had to go by. But this new ordinance hasn't been passed yet. And the paperwork that I did provide for y'all shows that 2 national kennel clubs and the North Carolina State University says it's okay to tie a dog. And the trolley system they're wanting, that's unreasonable for hunters because we have 4 or 5 dogs at any time. 2 or 3 of them's females. We try to keep our bloodline because we like the dogs we have. We don't breed them like no kennel. I might have 1 litter every 2 years. It's just not feasible for hunters or really any pet owner. I mean, what you gonna do? Go tell a man that got 80 cows, 79 of them's heifers that he can't have but 2? I mean, it just don't make sense. And that's about all I got to say.
Thanks, Juan. Our next speaker is Mike B.E.R. Bertrand. He has 2 minutes.
I know. First 2 guys pretty much covered stuff. Question I have is, and it's going to be real simple, I ain't got all these papers and all that stuff, is who's going to be enforcing all these laws, these new rules they're putting into place? How much money is it going to cost the taxpayers to do this stuff on top of the people that are actually taking care of their dogs? If all this is about somebody's worried about dogs not being taken care of, okay, there's rules in the law already. There are laws already to take care of that. You know, they can enforce that. Don't be putting new rules in here. I mean, like Tommy was saying, you know, it's going to cost him $850. I'm not a breeder, but I might have a couple females. I don't even breed. I hate puppies. I get dogs when they're a little bit older. It's just ridiculous. And these rules, if you put into place, including the rules that are already in place, if they're not enforced, or if you try and enforce them, the people that are not taking care of the dogs are not the hunters. The hunters are taking care of our dogs. That's it in a nutshell. But what are you going to do when you go to somebody's house, say, well, I'm going to give you a notice, I'm going to fine, or what you going to do? You got so long to get this taken care of. You know what's going to happen with those people? You're going to have a bunch of dogs running loose in Stokes County. When I moved to where I bought my place at over off of number 8, there was 4 or 5 dogs running loose that people didn't take care of. That's fine. But then they started tearing into my chickens. Well, I don't know what happened. I guess they just decided to move on to another neighborhood somewhere is all I know. But, you know, people that's not going to take care of their dogs ain't going to pay any attention to no rules or laws. So, you know, they're just going to turn dogs. If you try and say, well, you got to do this, you got to do that for your dogs, well, they're just going to turn them loose. Because next time you go by there to check, they'll say, we ain't got no dogs. Is that my 2 minutes?
Yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot. And our last speaker tonight is Kathleen Edwards.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Kathleen Edwards, 1726 Rogers Road, Stokes County. We do need rules. We don't need rules people who take care of their animals, we need the rules for the people who don't take care of their animals. The things that Lori's proposing are not unreasonable. This county needs those rules. I've run a community outreach for 20 years and I've seen the suffering firsthand. I'm here to support the passage of the proposed ordinance revisions, which will significantly improve the lives of dogs and people in Stokes County. The need for these ordinance revisions cannot be overstated. I'm sharing with you tonight some photographs that illustrate what I have seen in our county. Tethers restrict movement and do not allow dogs to get the exercise they need. When dogs can't get exercise, they often develop repetitive motion disorder, pacing, digging, or chewing on themselves. Tethered dogs often suffer from grossly overgrown nails and sporadic feeding. I've seen nails grown into the pads on their feet, causing weeping sores. I've been to homes where they don't buy dog food, where I was told if they had scraps, the dogs got to eat, and if they don't, the dogs have to wait till the next day, even though they haven't eaten since the prior night. That's 48 hours without food. This does go on. It goes on in our county. The psychological damage caused by isolation and the inability to move around naturally can cause nervous chewing from anxiety and boredom. Frustrated dogs will chew their own limbs, tails, and causing open sores that draw flies. I've seen maggots in these sores. Females on tethers get pregnant over and over, year after year, constantly adding to the pet overpopulation crisis that is plaguing our rescue groups and our local shelters. Passing these ordinance revisions will have a positive effect on this overwhelming problem. Tethered dogs cannot protect themselves from dog attacks. Recently in King, 2 cane corsos running at large attacked a tethered Doberman. A tethered dog cannot escape an attack of any kind. In summer, chained dogs are feasted on by biting flies and mosquitoes. Tethered dogs are easy prey for mosquitoes and are almost never on heartworm prevention. Tethered dogs are defenseless against frostbite. I've seen frostbite destroy ears, stand-up ears that collapse. I've seen dogs carry a front foot off the ground for 5 years where it had frostbite and the people didn't take it to the vet. I've seen dogs freeze to death inside their plastic igloos, dead from cold. Overturned water bowls often result in dogs drinking out of puddles contaminated by feces. They get coccidia, giardia. Allowing dogs to be tied up outdoors year-round directly promotes neglect and inattention because the dogs are out of sight and out of mind. We can't legislate morality, but we can come together as a community of thinking people to end the suffering of perpetually tethered dogs in our county. Dogs possess an immense capacity for suffering. They possess an immense capacity for suffering. If you do not believe that unattended tethering is a widespread problem in this county, I challenge you to ride along with animal control and see what they see and we see on a daily basis. We see it. You all don't see it. They see it and we see it. We need these rules. We need these revisions to pass. Your decisions should not be based on the opinions of a handful of coon hunters. I gave you over 1,000 signatures with addresses and phone numbers. I don't see 1,000 coon hunters in this room. Oh, why didn't you get them tonight? Why?
Why'd you bring back?
Just talk to us, please, if you would.
We have 1,020 signatures
Your
with
time's up,
addresses
too.
and phone numbers that you all have been provided. And those are Stokes County residents over the age of 18, and they expected you to listen to them.
So you need to go ahead and wrap up. You're on past your 4 minutes.
All right, I think we
Finish your
need,
thoughts if you have.
pardon me?
You can go ahead and finish your thoughts if you have.
Well, that's pretty much everything I wanted to say. Tethered dogs often don't get basic vet care. And a lot of times they're hurting and they're sick. But the people who own them don't know they're sick or hurting because they don't spend any time with them. Tying up a dog with a plastic barrel is cruel. You know it, you know it, you know it, you know it, and you know it. A barrel is curved in the bottom. A dog lays in a donut configuration that needs to be flat and level. They need to be inside with their families. If that's the best they can do for a dog, they have no business owning one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say one more thing, please?
No rebuttals, no rebuttals.
Please.
I'm kidding, go ahead, Lon.
Nick is
Go
the
ahead.
Uh, just to let everybody know, when she come to my house, I put a dog house right beside the barrels on every dog there. You know where they sleep? In the barrel.
Okay, that's
Barrel
it.
in a dog house sitting side by side.
Okay. All right, that's it then for public comments. Thank you, folks, for expressing your opinions and providing us information. That's democracy at work. The next item we have on the agenda is comments from the manager and commissioner, and I will start with Commissioner Cox.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate everybody that came out tonight and those who are watching online. We've got a lot of issues before us. It's going to require a lot of debate and talk and thought and that kind of thing. So one thing that I want to do, I've got another topic I want to briefly talk about, but if I could, Shannon, tonight is your last meeting with us. So we want to recognize that and recognize you, and the board would like to give you this as a token of our appreciation. And thank you for everything you've done. And FYI, the gift card is out in my car, so at the break I'll be putting that in here. So thank you. We appreciate it. You know, I'm sure other commissioners will want to comment on it as we make our comments, but just thank you for the last couple of years that I've been on here and everything you've done for me personally to help me as a new commissioner to keep from making too many mistakes, hopefully, and really helping us any way you can and always having such a great attitude about things. I appreciate everything you did to bring this board into the 21st century with our online agendas and things that we didn't have prior to you getting here. So that was a lot, and I just want to make sure that's mentioned and doesn't go unnoticed that you did a lot to help this board be where we are today. So if I could have just a minute at the end after everybody's comments. I got one more thing, unless you want me to do it now.
Oh, I'll come back to you.
Okay.
I'll give you one of my
Okay.
Commissioner Wood?
Well, first of all, Shannon, thank you for your service. I wish you the best. And then thank everybody that came. It's good to, it's even better. I've been here when there was nobody here, and I like to see a crowd. But one thing I want to do is tonight to recognize Commissioner Mendenhall. I read where you got an award, and I want you to tell us about it because I can't remember it and do it justice.
Well, thank you, Keith. I'll make it very brief. I wrestled in high school and college, and I have officiated high school wrestling for the last 38 years. And every year that I've officiated, I've got to do 28 state tournaments. Out of 38 years of wrestling, I've officiated 28 state tournaments, and what the High School Federation does is, out of Pennsylvania, the National Federation of High School, they give to each high school a certificate to who they think was the most outstanding wrestling official for that past year. They run it 1 year behind. So for the year of 2022, which was last year, the state wrestling tournament is held at the Greensboro Coliseum. Usually have about 10 to 12,000 people there for our tournaments. And they give out the awards at the tournaments. And there's 247 wrestling officials in the state of North Carolina. And out of those 247 this year, Hugh Tucker, who is our executive director of the state of North Carolina High School Athletics. When she got ready to present the award, I actually was doing some work on the side. However, when she called out the most outstanding official in wrestling for the past year, she called my name out. I appreciate that. Thank you. Keith, thank you for it.
No problem. I couldn't have done all that. You got it right. That's all I got.
Commissioner Chandler?
I want to welcome everybody here, and I know it's a lively debate. I know that I think the one thing in common that at least that I heard tonight from both sides is that I think we all agree that we don't want to treat our animals cruelly. I think what we need to, I guess we'll get more into the issues of how we go about doing that. So I think on one hand, I think we all want the same thing. We're just going to have to work through how we get there. Second thing is, I want to thank Shannon. I haven't had a chance to work with you since December 4th, but you've been great to work with, and I appreciated, even before I got elected, I was like some of y'all, I was coming up here standing at that podium right there expressing my displeasure of what I thought was going on, and you always treated me professionally, always took time to talk. So I appreciate that. It means a lot to me, and I wish you well in your future endeavors and enjoy your family. That's all I got.
Commissioner Mendenhall?
Thank you, sir. Just want to thank all of y'all for coming out. That's the great thing about democracy is everybody has the right to their own opinion. Some may think this way, some may think that way, but that's what it's about. I mean, when I go home tonight, my wife may want to have a pizza and I may want to have a hamburger. Well, guess what? She'll say, go cook you a hamburger. So everybody has the right to their own opinion. That's the key thing. It's a democracy here. And I appreciate everybody coming out and expressing their opinions. Never hurts my feelings. I mean, I'm not afraid to say I'm probably one of the oldest members on the board up here. I mean, 66 years old, born and raised on Flat Shoals Road in Stokes County. Lived here all 66 years, except for the place. 4 years I went to Carolina. Can't say much about Carolina anymore. They're not very good in any sports and that. But enjoyed my 4 years there. And I tell you what, Shannon, thanks for everything. And the reason I say that to her, I've been with her up here the entire time she's been up here. I worked with Rick some when he was county manager and before he became a commissioner. And I've worked with Shannon. This is my 7th year. That's why I say I know I'm the one with the longest amount of tenure. This is 7 years for me as county commissioner. And I try to look after the interest of all the people in the county. But I appreciate you coming out. Because if you don't come out and tell me, I'm not going to know what your concern is. I got a phone call on this today, and you know what? I took that call and I listened to the concerns, and that's the thing. I leave my phone number on the web page, and that's my home phone. And if you need something and you need to call me, that's why I put my home phone on the county website, just so you can contact me. But this is my 7th year, and I'm getting old, and I'm about out of things to say. So to everybody watching this on live stream, thank you for doing that. And for everybody here, thank y'all. I appreciate it. And Shannon, once again, thanks for all you did. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Mendenhall. Shannon, I'd also like to thank you for your service here and make sure you don't leave without getting a gift card. Yeah, I, along with the others, all wish you the absolute best in the future for whatever your endeavors are in the next chapter of your life, and we'll stay in contact with you and wish you nothing but the best. Also like to thank everybody for coming tonight. I piggyback on Keith's comments about, especially when I was county manager, most of the time it seemed like, and then a lot since then, this has been an empty room when we'd have meetings. And that was kind of disconcerting, to be honest, because we really need participation of our citizens, basically to help us try to figure out how to do business here. What I said I would do when I ran for office was make fact-based decisions based on facts gathered from both sides of any issue that comes forward. I think that's probably what the rest of the board tries to do as well. And you know, when you come out and express your opinions, that's very helpful to help us get informed and try to determine what the facts are, and then make a balanced decision that makes sense. So that's what we attempt to do on every issue, and we'll do that on the animal control as well as any other issues that come to the board. So with that,
I have just one.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Yeah,
Your extra minute.
that's okay. I didn't know where this fit into the agenda really, but so I just want to make one comment about, or a couple comments about something that sort of brought to my attention by somebody that's in the fire department, and we were talking about it, and it just got me thinking about East Palestine, Ohio, the toxic chemicals that were spilled there, and the train derailments. And I feel like as commissioners, it's our duty to do our best job that we can to protect our citizens from anything that might be on the horizon, or to know more about what's coming into our county, through our county. I don't think there's any high-speed rail in King, and I don't think it's high-speed rail in Walnut Cove, but I do know that, you know, of course we have trains traveling right through, right from my window at my shop. I can see the train going by, so I'm really close to the train tracks. So just for anybody that lives close to the train tracks these days, I think there's a concern of what's going up and down the rails. And I think what I'd like to ask is, could Brandon Gentry come and maybe update us as emergency management about, I think there's a tier 2 commodity study that comes out that he may have, that he could bring us some information about what might be passing through our, and what might the plan be if something does happen. I know evacuation is probably the first thing, but what's the plan on that? Where do you go? How far away do you need to go? It's just something that we don't need to wait till it happens, because from what I read, there were something like there's been 12 train derailments just January and February, an average of over 1,000 in 2021. Most are not toxic and, you know, hazardous per se, but my question is, what is Duke Power taking into their plant? Do they have chlorine going in by rail? I don't know. How safe how much are they looking at the tracks to see if they're safe? Are they inspected, and by who, and how often? And so I have a plethora of questions that I need answered about all this. So if you could have Brandon come and update us on that, I'd appreciate it. And it doesn't have to be next meeting, but sometime soon.
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
Okay, next item on our agenda is conflicts of interest. And before moving forward, or before moving further, does any board member have a conflict of interest with any of the items on the agenda for tonight, or one that could be perceived as a conflict of interest? Oh, okay, great. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Before we vote on that, Lisa has one minor administrative correction on one of the budget amendments. I think you want to call that out.
Yes, on budget amendment 57, line 3 should be 153.10, 314. It inadvertently was 315. So it's just a change in the account number. to workforce travel.
Okay. All righty. So with that, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Can I get one?
Motion to approve consent.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on the consent agenda?
One quick question.
Yeah, Commissioner Mendenhall,
Ms.
go.
Langford. Budget amendment number 60 says to transfer funds from precinct officials to cover salaries and wages. Can you tell me the overtime and part-time you're talking about on the salaries and wages for them?
I believe on the he must have used part-time. There was a time he was without an assistant. I think there was change in.
You're talking about Perry.
Yes, Jason's assistant was gone, and he had a time there that he was using part-time help that might have affected using more than usual.
I wasn't aware of the overtime or anything. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, consent agenda passed unanimously. Okay, that moves us to our discussion agenda. I have one administrative point I'd like to make before we get into this. I know we've got Chad number 3 on the lineup here tonight. But I know you had a medical thing this past weekend or so, week. Can you sit here for a while? Because these first two.
I just turned my remote just a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Just want to make sure you wasn't in pain or something sitting there.
Well, that'll be once they discuss that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you recommend it, we likely will, yeah. Okay, we'll go ahead then. The first item then on the discussion agenda is the animal control ordinance revision request. We were provided the current ordinance, then with a lot of changes that have been referred to earlier that were highlighted in yellow.
Okay. Yes, and consent.
What?
The tax office stuff.
I'm looking at something around, just ignore me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's also some additional information that I think a couple of us were provided, reference tethering and so forth. We're not going to vote on this tonight. This will not go to action tonight, I can tell you before we get started. Tonight we're going to basically be gathering information, and it'll probably be on our action agenda for the next meeting if the board wants to do it then. But there is some additional information from a couple of sources that in reference to the tethering stuff that I want to make sure that gets put in the agenda next time for everybody to be aware of. And we can refer to it. We'll probably refer to some of it tonight, but just to give make sure all the information that we've received gets put out and is able to be discussed and considered and so forth. So, Lori, you're up for this. You want to do a presentation first before we start questioning and so forth?
Just have a few words to say and clarify.
Okay.
First of all, I just want everyone here to know that the ordinance revisions that are written were a collaboration between the Stokes County Animal Shelter Advisory Board and Stokes County Animal Control. So people can shoot the messenger if they like, but this was a collaborative effort. These are not my rules. As far as Mrs. Moore, what she spoke about, I've never met Mrs. Moore. I've never been to her property. Officer B. Smith did respond to that call. He did his job and he did it properly. I don't know where she got her numbers for incoming phone calls, but I can guarantee you they are incorrect. Mr. Reeves stated that the current ordinance, Mr. Reeves stated that if this ordinance passes, that he will have a fee of $850. I'm not sure what he was referring to, but the current ordinance states that if you own between 76 and 100 dogs, that your fee would be $850. So that is already in the books. That is not something that is up for revision. And I'm not sure what paperwork he was referring to that he said I was given the day before I went to Mr. Gladwell's property, but I was not given any paperwork. So I'm not sure what he's referring to there. Myself and another officer were responding to a call and noticed a dog on a property that was on a chain to a metal barrel, and the dog appeared underweight. So after we left that call, we came back by that property, and we did stop. The lady that resided there came out and said, "You'll just have to talk to my husband. I said, "Are the dogs current on rabies?" And she said, "Yeah, he's got all that. You'll just have to talk to my husband." And I said, "Okay." So I asked her what his name was. She informed me that he worked at the landfill. So when the officer and I got back to the landfill, or back to the shelter, Mr. Gladwell did come over and approach us and was loud, and he wanted to know who had been at his property, and I told him that I had been, and the other officer that was with me. He wanted to know what the problems were, and I asked him, was his dog's current on rabies? He said yes. I also mentioned that metal barrels do not meet code for Stokes County, and nor do chains. And we did talk. He was a little upset. I gave him some time to calm down. He came back to the shelter at a later time, and we did have a little talk. And four of his dogs were not current on rabies. I did give him the time to comply with that. He brought them over to the shelter, to our rabies clinic, and they were all vaccinated. He told me that he was going to get new dog houses. I felt like proper time to do that. We agreed that the time was sufficient for him to come into compliance. And that was pretty much the end of it. In no way, shape, or form have I harassed Mr. Gladwell or anybody else in this county. I can assure you that. I wanted to just go over that, I understand there's a lot of people here that do not want changes. There's a lot of people here that do. All I can tell you is that I see it every day, every single day. Myself, the other officers in this county, we see the dogs that are chained, that are neglected, that do not receive medical care. Animals should be taken to a vet at least once a year for a yearly exam. That's the standard. The majority of these animals have never been taken to a veterinarian. They may have been taken to a clinic to get a rabies shot, but that's not the same thing. So what I can show you is a fact. And if you will give me just a moment. Sure. I don't want to mess up the carpet in here. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's a fact. I just got that chain off of the dog. The dog that come off the chain next to him lost his life because of neglect, because of the suffering that he had endured. So that's what we see every day. And it's not easy. It's not easy seeing the way these dogs suffer. The one that came off of that chain had been there his whole life, 4 years. He was chained inside the city limits of Walnut Cove. And they have an ordinance, and that ordinance states that no animal is to be tethered for more than 24 hours a day.
No, for more than 1 hour in 24.
I'm sorry, for more than 1 hour in 24 hours a day.
Yeah. That's been on the books since '07.
But he was out there 24 hours a day in 8-degree weather, in 98-degree weather. He suffered. His water bucket was pure green algae. No clean water to drink. When we got them to the shelter, both dogs tested high positive for heartworm disease. They were suffering. Both dogs were full of parasites. They were suffering. They had never received veterinary care other than a rabies shot. The other dog was 9.5 years old. He suffered for a long time. I'm not here to say the coon hunters are being cruel to their dogs. That's not what this is about. This is what this is about. This is about the dogs that live on chains. And if you don't believe it's suffering, any one of y'all can come up and put this thing around your neck and let me know how it feels. I don't,
Hey, don't, not from the audience,
Okay.
no comments.
I don't have anything against any of these gentlemen here. Nothing. I'm here to enforce the law, and that's my job. And if I don't do my job, then I don't need to be in this position. And I hope you all understand that, and I hope you respect it. But this right here is the reason that we need these revisions in this ordinance. It's been a long time coming. Other surrounding counties have it. It's happening all over states, all over America. We just need to end the suffering. That's what this is about.
Doesn't the state have a law against that type of a chain already?
Well,
Yeah, they do. I looked
the
it up.
the state law is a little bit gray, where it should be black and white. It doesn't give a weight on the chain or anything like that. It's talking about in a cruel manner.
That looks pretty cruel to me, right there.
That is pretty cool. But, you know, a lot of the hunters have their dogs on those same type of chains. We got to figure out what's inhumane, what's not. If it's inhumane, we shouldn't allow it. Mr. Gladwell has dog lights on his property. I saw them. He says his dogs climb over. Put a roof on it. Problem solved. I'm not here to cause trouble or to, you know, harass anybody. I'm enforcing the ordinances that we have in place now. And I'm asking you just to consider putting a stop to that. Because we see it every single day out in the field.
I love animals. My wife loves animals. We got two cattle dogs that, you know, that work my farm, and I love them to death. But something like that, that in itself is illegal, right? That's just off the chart right there. That is we should already have.
But if that is illegal, then I could have charged Mr. Gladwell for at least 4 counts of that. But I didn't because the state law is a little bit too vague.
I read the statute myself, and the only thing I could find, I may have missed some of it, on tethering, it just said, if I remember right, don't use a cable or a chain. It's too heavy for the animal, which is really almost kind of useless. Like you said, it doesn't really define anything. I guess it leaves
That's
that
why
up.
most counties are going with their own
Yeah.
tethering
Yeah.
ordinances.
Go ahead, and then we'll start asking
No, I'm
questions.
sorry if she's not through. Go ahead if you're not through.
No, get right in.
No, it was a
Are you
gentleman, I know we usually don't get feedback from the audience during the presentation, but it looked like a gentleman was raising his hand in the back row that had the statute in hand. Is that true?
This is the Stokes County one, the county commissioner or county manager printed off for me. First thing, the tendon tether, it must have a swivels on both ends and does not exceed 10% of the animal's body weight. We've already got a law on it for her to enforce that. We don't need more. That's the whole point. There's laws here taking care of every bit of it.
I think is that in the highlighted copy?
No, ma'am. That's how I call it, but it's already in the section where it is. So it's here.
I think he's got the new.
But it might still be part of the revised copy, I'm sorry. And I don't, that might, we can compare it with the old one.
You'll have to look at the date on the back.
We've got it.
She said highlight area was supposed to be changed.
The highlighted areas are supposed to be changed, but it could be
but down in there it says 10% of the body weight is being tethered. So it's all, there's a law over there. And animal cruelty, I've charged that right there over 30 years. I've charged that 10 times in my career for change being like that.
We ain't saying if somebody's got a chain like that on top, he should be punished. I agree with you 100%.
Hey, you guys, let's do this. Let's let Lori finish whatever she has to say. Then the individual commissioners will speak, and then if they want to solicit information from folks in the audience, we can do that. Okay? So you tell us when you're finished, Lori, so we can get to the next.
Well, I'll make it really short. You know, like I said, this was a collaborative effort, and we all put our brains together to say, okay, how can this be worded where it can be enforced? Because I can't enforce something if it's not enforceable. So if we just put in there that, you know, just like what we had, it's just not really enforceable. We have to be specific, and we have to, you know, it's got to be something we can enforce. Because if you say, you know, like the city of Walnut Cove, you can't tie out your dog for an hour in 24 hours. I don't have the resources to sit out there and watch these houses and see and time it and see how long these dogs are tethered. It's just not possible. That's not enforceable for me. We don't have the resources to do that. So it's either got to be black and white. And like I said, it's nothing against the hunters. I mean, like I said, Mr. Gladwell has dog lights. That's fine as long as they're not chained inside a dog light.
But I also didn't have metal barrels either.
Just wait.
So
You'll have time to say all you want to say before you leave. So.
And honestly, I mean, if you read the ordinance, and the county attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, if you read the ordinance now, the one that's in effect now, barrels do not meet code. Barrels do not have a floor and sides and a roof. They're a round curvature. And when an animal, especially a dog, lays down, he is either curled up in a ball or he's spread out like an eagle. So laying on a curvature is not a normal position for a dog. It causes joint problems over the years. It can cause, you know, all kinds of issues with their health, their physical health. So that doesn't even meet code now, so I don't know what the argument is on that, but I'm just asking for, if, you know, give us something that we can enforce.
Do you also want to touch on a little bit, like, other things other than tethering? Because there's a lot of stuff in there, like, about trips out, not making 7 trips.
Yeah.
Make that a little more reasonable number. Some of the stuff that might not be as...
I got a lot of questions on the rest of it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You know, if you have any questions about anything that's highlighted, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have, because there's several changes, but they're not drastic. They're the dangerous dog. I did put in a lot of changes because I didn't feel like, looking at it at a legal standpoint, I didn't feel like what we had was proper. Because we do deal with a lot of dangerous dogs. We just dealt with one last week. And, you know, we have to protect the county. So we ran that by Ty's office to make sure that he was good with that. But I'm just saying, in this county, we are so overpopulated with animals. And it's not just dogs and cats, it's goats and horses and you name it. I mean, we just have a very serious overpopulation problem here because nothing's ever been done about breeding or cracking down on breeding. So the county just incurs so much expense, constantly going out on, you know, repetitive calls, on people surrendering puppies and kittens all the time. I mean, we can't take them all in because we don't have room. We move them out to rescues as quickly as we can. Right now, all the rescues are full. We've called every rescue we can think of for some of the dogs that are in our shelter right now that are heartworm positive. We can't move them because there's no place for them to go because all the rescues are full. About every breed-specific rescue you can call is full. All the other shelters are full. Shelters like in Charlotte and Raleigh that used to take some animals from us, they're all full. So, you know, I don't know what the answer is other than trying to crack down on the problems that we have here, and that is overpopulation, the feral cat policy, the feral cat overpopulation and just, you know, spaying and neutering animals and not allowing them to run at large. A lot of the tethering we're having issues with because the females are getting pregnant like constantly when they're tied out. Animals, we've inundated with animals getting attacked that have been on tethers because they can't get away from a pack of dogs that's running loose. And there's a lot of things that we're going to have to crack down on in this county if we want to see change. So I'm open to any and all questions that you have. I'll try to answer them to the best of my knowledge, and if I don't have an answer for you, I will get one. It's mainly just going up on fines for running at large for, you know, females in their estrus period, either running at large or being tied out or in a lot where something else can get to them to get them pregnant. We're not changing the fees. On the kennel permit fees are not changing. Those fees are what's already there. But, I mean, other than that, we've got to do something.
Okay. Well, we'll start with Commissioner Mendenhall, and as I said, if any of the board members want to request information from people in the audience, since we have a lot of folks here on this particular issue, we can do that. With the board's agreement, then at the end of this discussion, I'll ask the folks in the audience for any closing comments they would like to make as well before we shut it out. Because we're in search of information and we want to hear everything that everybody has to say. You guys okay with that approach? Okay, Mr. Mendenhall, you can go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome. I got 20 questions when I get to me, so
Well,
y'all don't ask them
How about
first.
this? I'll be short then. I'll be short. Now, this is a situation, I tell you, I became a commissioner at a tough time, I think. And I've been here since 2016, and we've had 3 updates, I think, since 2016 on this. I'm not sure. I was looking at the dates as I looked on our thing, and the last, it was we had an ordinance amendment on February 8, 2016, November 12, 2019, and April 12, 2021. And now we've got discussion that occurred on February 13th. It's not, I don't care what anybody says, this is not a simple solution. I read over, I'll tell you what I've done. Since I was a commissioner when we did the last 2, I knew those pretty well. And so what I did is I basically took my time and read over all the highlighted areas so I could see what changes were being suggested. You know, things such as the dangerous dog, additional requirements near the end, and what did it take for a dangerous dog, and then the proper 6-sided enclosure, the photograph acceptable to animal control department, a microchip implant, proof of sterilization of the dog within 60 days. I tried to go down from about page 12 to page 15 or 16. That was my concentrated effort to see the differentiation between where we're at now and what y'all are asking for. And I will say this. And I've always taken care of my dogs because that was my responsibility. I grew up on a farm. My daddy took me rabbit hunting first time when I was 10 years old. We had my dad took care of those beagles better than he took care, I'm not going to say better than he took care of me, but he took care, when they come rabbit hunting season, those beagles, they were in good shape. My wife and I love dogs. We do. We've had 2 Shelties. Unfortunately, one lived to be 14 and passed away, and one other one lived to be 12. And now we have a 4-pound teacup poodle. And I can hold it out in one hand. But I drove 16 hours to get that dog, because we called the National Poodle Purebred. And I know coon hunting dogs and poodles are on opposite extremes. But when you drive 16 hours to get a dog, we were given 3 places in America that did purebred, guaranteed poodles. One was in Buffalo, New York. One was in Alexandria, Louisiana. And the other one was in Colorado. So we took the shortest route, which was a 16-hour drive to Louisiana to pick up that animal. I would not dare tell y'all in this room how much I paid for that dog. Because y'all would say, I need to get off the board because I'm crazy. That's what y'all would tell me. I know you would. And then my wife would kill me when I got home. But we take care of that dog. That dog's feet never hit the ground. Never. And she'll be 4 years old in August. So I love dogs, but I grew up on a farm, and as I said earlier, I'm 66, so things have changed a lot. And I know farmers have dogs that they have to take care of. And I know if you're a serious hunter, you're going to take care of your dog. You're not going to, I mean, why would you want to have dogs that you take hunting and not take care of them? That wouldn't make sense to me. So, Mr. Chairman, I have read this thing twice today. In fact, when I got my first phone call, I was just about finishing up reading it, and I reread it. I think there are some things in here that I can agree with, but I think there are some things that I don't know if I can go along with. And I'm not going to point them out tonight in this discussion round. But, you know, people that, most people, no, I'm not, I don't want, I just believe that the people that take care of their dogs, hey, I got no problem with it. And I know what that looks like to me, that chain there. As I said, I grew up on a farm, so that looks like a good old log chain almost to me, where when I primed tobacco and Daddy would hook the sled up or whatever, we used log chains to hook up to the back of the tractor to the sled, and we took off at the field. And I know how heavy those things are because I used them on the farm. I'd hate to carry one of those around on my neck. Yeah, I would. You ask that question, sort of, you know. But there are some things in here that I think we can go on with, but there's some things I have some hesitation with. And I would be afraid if I tried to go, okay, 7.82 I disagree with, or 9.31 I don't disagree with. And I know we're not gonna take this to action tonight, so I don't wanna take up all our people's time out here. I know all of our citizens have things they have to do, and I don't wanna take up Lori and, Candace's time all night, or our time. So I'll just say that I've read it 2 or 3 times. I've been in since 2016. I've been in on the last couple of times that we've gone through this. I might have even been the chairman one of the times. I don't know. I'm not chairman now, Mr. Morris. So I'm going to shut up and pass it on to your next person.
Thank you, Mr. Chandler. You want to make some comments?
I mean, first of all, I know since you've come on board, you know, with Stokes County Animal Control, I mean, you got a heavy burden with the past in terms of kind of being pushed back and forth. And I think someone had brought up something about most places the sheriff's office has control over animal enforcement, and that's true. But the sheriff in Stokes County did not want animal control or enforcement. So we abruptly had to take the position back, and we've been scrambling since then. I know that just looking at that chain upsets me. I mean, that makes me mad that, you know, that somebody, and trust you, I wouldn't have had a problem walking on that property, seeing a chain like that, and affecting an arrest or a citation. I don't think I'd have any problem proving that in court, even just using the straight out state statute. It's flat out cruelty. That's what gives, you know, the bad name to the good, and not just the people who have the hunting dogs and stuff like that, but people that, you know, work the farms with, you know, with cattle dogs and other type of livestock guardian dogs. You know, it's upsetting. The other thing that bothers me is, you know, and I understand, you know, a female dog that when it, you know, goes into heat, and then the onus, you know, is on the owner or the female dog. But, you know, it takes 2 to tango. So, you know, the dog is on on their own property, and I understand, you know, that the male dog who's running loose coming onto somebody else's property. So, I mean, I get that too. I think the whole arena needs to be looked at. In other words, if kind of like what, you know, Commissioner Mendenhall, you know, mentioned, if people would just do the right thing, and this includes people that live next to people that aren't doing the right thing, if they would call. I just want to make sure that we're not creating another law that we could already prove. And I think that most people would voluntarily call people in, report stuff like that. I think that the whole idea of animal cruelty goes way beyond just tethering. It's like what you mentioned too before, is water, the food. And again, I think it's with this same case you mentioned where they had a bucket of water or something that was, I guess, full of grime or moss or whatever. I mean, that's animal cruelty. Animal cruelty. I just have a hard time walking away from that. and not and not taking and not taking action, and it wouldn't be provable in court. I mean, and even if you can't get a criminal, if you think it's vague on a criminal charge, I mean that's beyond a reasonable doubt. But I'm reading in here, and there's civil penalties you can do. That's preponderance of the evidence. I mean, you probably wouldn't have to say 2 words. Just bring that in to the judge. That's preponderance of the evidence right there. I mean, there are good things in here. And I want to stop the abuse. I just want to be able to. There are also some people raising their hands that want to give some input. I think one that was talking about the chain. Is anybody out there? Either way.
They're everywhere. Did you look at the book of pictures I brought tonight?
I did.
Those are from Stokes County. Did you look at how many there were?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Did you see the houses on the sides?
Yes.
Or up in a tree?
Yes, that's illegal.
Well, guess what?
It's
They
illegal
can't
now.
prosecute it.
It's illegal now.
I'm telling you, you need to get out and ride around and look.
Well, I will. But I'm telling you, that's prosecutable right now.
The requirements that she wants to change are so that she can prosecute people who are being cruel to animals.
And I'm 100% for that. I'm not standing up for people that are being cruel for animals. I'll help you prosecute them.
We need to stop putting this off and putting it off. We just need to, you all need to read it, understand it, and make a decision and go forward. She needs your help. The dogs of this county need your help. She is a department head funded by you, asking for your help. And the people of this county want you to help the dogs.
I want to help the dog. You're missing my point, ma'am. Listen real carefully.
I heard your point.
No, you're not. You're letting your emotions get involved
sir,
here.
I've been coming to these meetings with this topic.
Well, I've only been here since December 4th.
Okay, I've been coming since 2018.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a moment.
What I'm saying is why have we waited? Why have we waited in situations like that? Those pictures that you showed me, how many were charged?
None.
Well, that's shame on somebody. Shame on somebody.
I'm not a magistrate. I run a community outreach. I'm not a judge.
Okay, if I may speak just a moment. So
Go ahead.
the 2 dogs came from this situation. This was a raid that we did with the sheriff's office. This was not where neighbors called in because the neighbors saw the dogs living like that. They didn't call. I have a dog in the shelter right now, illegally tethered, no shelter. He was diagnosed with 15 different diseases. Very sick dog. He's been sitting in our shelter for 6 months. You know why? This court keeps getting continued and continued and continued. Dog's 15 and a half years old. I pray he doesn't die because of his age. He's receiving all the veterinary care he could possibly get. I just had a case in court recently. I had all the evidence in the world against the people. But you know what? I wasn't allowed to show that evidence in court. They got their dogs back.
Why not?
And I haven't slept at night because of it.
Why couldn't you show it?
It's a question for the district attorney. But I wasn't allowed to show my evidence. And they got their dogs back. And one of those dogs hid under a chair. She didn't want to go back to him. So, we have a lot of issues.
Have you successfully prosecuted any animal cruelty cases?
The cases that I have
Stokes.
The cases that I've had since coming to Stokes County, that is the first one that has actually been to court. And it had been continued. Those dogs have been in the shelter since September, right after I started. And that's how long it took us to get an actual trial date. The dog I've got in there right now came in and.
This ain't gonna solve that.
Well,
Just be
that's
more
my
dogs at
point,
the shelter.
yeah.
No, but it
Another issue
definitely.
While we're waiting. Maybe we need a new shelter first so we can,
The
have room
tethering
for them all.
issue is where we have the majority of our neglect. That's what I need you guys to understand. The majority of the neglect calls, the neglected dogs that have never been to a vet, never received proper care for medical issues that they have, are usually living on something like this. That's what we need to address. I don't know how to do it if you say, well, you can only tether your dog for an hour every 24 hours. That's not enforceable. So maybe we can find a happy medium, but between the advisory board and animal control, this is the best that we could come up with. That's what the other counties are doing. Just no unattended tethering. It's cut and dry. It's black and white. It's enforceable. And that's what most of
So,
them are using.
the people, the hunters, is there anybody in this room that thinks that chain right there should be used as a tether?
No, sir. No, sir. I agree with you 100%. And I promise you, my dog was not on no chain like that. By no means.
You lied about your vaccinations and you're lying
No,
about
I
that.
didn't lie about nothing.
Yeah, you did. You told her all your
Hey, you
dogs
guys
were
calm down.
vaccinated.
Hey, you gotta talk to
back
me.
and forth.
Talk to me. Don't talk to each other. Talk to me. Don't talk to each other. Talk to me.
And again, this is not about coon hunters or rabbit hunters or anything else. That's not what this is about for me. This is about what I see every day out in the
But
field.
was my dogs
and neglect.
not in good shape?
Well, that's why we stopped, because the one dog was underweight. The only
How
very
could
end.
you tell he was underweight from the road?
It's that bad.
Because he,
Oh, Lord.
It's obvious.
So you had your hand up in the back.
Yes, sir. We're sitting here talking about all these laws, and I just pulled up North Carolina General Statute. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just a quick review. All deal with animal cruelty, animal punishment. North Carolina General Statutes, 14.363.3, 14.360, 14.360.2, 14.362.1. All deal with some type of animal cruelty. 30 years in law enforcement, if you couldn't get the DA to prosecute, that means you done something that was not correct, so they would not give the evidence. I've dealt with them for 30 years. I was staying true to Mike Bill, Tim Watson, all of them are at the DA's office. They will prosecute if you got the evidence what you need, and you do it correctly. So sitting there saying they won't prosecute is wrong, because they will.
I didn't say they wouldn't prosecute. I never said they wouldn't prosecute.
You said you couldn't get your evidence and they won't prosecute.
Sir, don't just
So,
state the fact. I
the
mean,
statutes that we're looking
she's
at-
doing.
I
Just
understand,
stick
sir.
with
So
me.
the general
Stick with
statutes are
me.
here.
Yeah.
We've got all the laws
But they
we
do
need in
not-
North
they are
Carolina
not
to
specific
take
about
care
all
of
changes.
anything you need. That right there is right there in the general statute, just read. That dog tied that chain right there is cruelty. In anybody's opinion, it's cruelty. And you can charge it.
So here's the thing, if you're not doing anything wrong, why are you so upset?
Just
It's very simple.
because
If you're in
I understand.
compliance,
I understand.
your animals are receiving the care they're supposed to receive, why be upset?
Because I tie puppies out
You
at
tie
6
puppies
months
out?
old. I tie them out to break them on the lead, so it's easier to break them, to lead them through the woods, and when I go to hunts and tie them out, or at hotels and tie them out to my truck, they're not sitting there jerking, twisting, anything like that. They learn by being tied out on a chain. I feed and water mine, all that. Man, you have your own opinion, please turn around and dress him, not you. So they have all that.
Hey, ma'am, hey,
ma'am,
hey,
let it-
if you keep it up, we're gonna escort you out of here, okay?
So I don't keep mine tied out all the time. I got lots for mine. That's what I prefer. They're under a hand shelter or ball. My lots probably cost me a couple $1,000. But I still tie puppies out to break them, to train them, because I've done it all my life. For 40 years, I've tied dogs out. And never had one get hurt. Nothing. I've had more dogs hurt in dog lots than I've ever had one hurt on a chain.
You don't live in Stokes County, right?
Yes, I do.
You do live in Stokes?
Yes, I do.
And if your dogs are in lots, then why are you here about tethering?
Because I think it's every man's right to do what he wants to, as long as it's right. As long as he wants to tie his dogs out, as long as he's going the humane way, he can do that.
No, they're not a couch, they're a living, sentient being.
One more thing, and then I'll just okay. on both sides of the issue, I mean, I understand. It's just, it's, you know, it's getting a little bit. And I'm not trying to put the mark on you, Lori. I mean, I'm not trying to put the mark on you. We do have a problem in Stokes County. Animal cruelty. How we get to that? How do we get to that part to where stuff like that should have been gone yesterday? And from those pictures that I saw, that's totally unacceptable. There is no way that I would, as a private citizen, I wouldn't drive by some of those pictures I saw on a house or on a trailer. There's no way. I'd stopped. That's all I got for right now.
Mr. Wood?
I don't even want to know if I want to address this.
Well, you don't have to.
No, I'll make it short and sweet. I'm not ready to make a decision on this because we got a dog problem. I agree with that 100%, or animal problem. But I was raised on a farm too, Mr. Mendenhall, and my dad raised beagles for R.J. Reynolds, the executive. I mean, we bred them and everything. And we kept a light bulb in their lots, and we looked at, they were worth thousands of dollars. So I also knew Ben Davis, who used to be, I see y'all raise your hand, need I say more? I had the pleasure of going coon hunting with him when I was 18 years old. Ben worked at the old courthouse. Nicest man you ever want to met. His dogs were worth thousands of dollars. So I can't imagine a coon hunter abusing a dog that's worth thousands of dollars. So we got to figure out a way to make this work for both sets of people, because I see both sides. That's all I got.
Commissioner Cox?
Sure. So there are a lot of changes in this. We haven't even touched on the dangerous dog changes, so I don't even know if I want to even go there tonight. But I will say, you know, we didn't get here overnight. We can't fix it overnight either. It is going to take a lot of thought, and you know, we talk about not being able to enforce certain things, and then, you know, what happens when you do start, if so this passes, or some variation of this passes, and then you've got a lot more dogs to take in because of this, then, and maybe that's a good problem to have, I don't know, but I know we don't have room for what we've got, and you've got a lot more dogs and owners tied up with court for 6 months. So it seems like that is an issue that needs to be fixed as far as the court and the amount of time it takes to get a case through. I don't know. I know some other counties do some exemptions. I've got a copy of Surrey's right here. I was just reading it, and it has exemptions, and I don't think you care to have any exemptions, if I understand correct.
I mean, I'm open to looking at exemptions. As long as it doesn't involve neglect or cruelty, I'm open to looking at exemptions for hunters.
I thought you had some in there already, some exceptions, like for trials and stuff.
Yeah, you do. For hunting trials and all that, there's already exceptions in the ordinance.
Well,
You're talking about more exceptions.
talking about exemptions.
Oh,
For
like
children.
Yeah, like
people it doesn't apply
Surrey
to,
County.
you mean?
I guess so.
Oh, okay.
Just hadn't had a lot of time to look over
Okay.
Surrey County's ordinance, but I'll take it and study it since we're gonna, you know, not make any decisions tonight. The $50 redemption fee, that's not new, right?
It is.
That is new.
It's 40 right now.
So we're raising it from 40 to 50.
We are constantly, a lot of them springing the same dogs for running at large, same dogs for biting people. That's why we've got to address the dangerous dog issue. I mean, we had a dog recently. He bit somebody a while back, and then just a few weeks ago, he severely attacked a lady and messed her up for
But
life.
if I keep biting people, I don't get a second and third chance. I mean, I don't mean to be funny, I'm just telling the truth. We gotta face hard facts. Another thing I would like to know, when people come in there to adopt a dog for the first time because Junior or Sissy wants one, are we educating them what they're getting into?
We are.
Okay.
We do vet reference checks and, we check people out to make sure they're gonna be responsible.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, also, this is in that dangerous dog section. It talks about they have a right to appeal. Who's the, hearing body that they appeal to?
It should be the advisory board. That's how it works in other counties.
Should that not be in this policy then, that that's who they would appeal to?
I think it is.
It is.
It is.
It's in here. I'm trying to-
Didn't see that one, the part about
Page
appeal.
15C.
Alright, let me go back. And then, I guess if they don't like the decision of, or don't wanna abide by that decision by the advisory board, then they can appeal it to a superior court judge.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm just telling y'all, if you would see some of the people in this county that's been attacked by dogs, it's
Well,
not good. I mean, we need to do something to protect us as a county. So that's one reason I came up with this specific dangerous dog ordinance.
so they can be declared that they have a dangerous dog and then they can keep it
Well,
under these stipulations.
unless there's so many bites and it's
How many bites
causes
can they
bodily harm.
do before they're taken?
Well, so
I don't know.
this dog that just attacked this lady, I mean, he should have been deemed dangerous the last time, but unfortunately he wasn't, and that was under a different department head. So there's nothing I can do about the past. But what I can do is try to fix it from now and in the future. And dogs like that do not need to be out in our society. They just don't. So with a little bit stricter regulations on these dogs who are severely attacking people, we can get that taken care of. But it's just,
I think it talks about also that if they have a dog that's declared dangerous, but I guess they're getting to keep it, then they have to have an insurance policy. How hard would it be to obtain an insurance policy like that?
I mean, there's a lot of insurance agencies that will do that.
My son can't even get homeowners by certain groups because he owns a German Shepherd. Some homeowners won't even cover.
They're breed specific.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions right now.
Okay. Go ahead,
To
Laura.
put it in a different perspective, this kind of makes it harder for somebody to keep a dangerous dog, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah,
Because
definitely
they don't
would.
need to be out on the streets.
Are you finished?
I had to beg a man. I had to beg and plead with a man to let me euthanize his dog because it had caused severe body damage to his wife, then to his daughter, who had to have multiple skin grafts on her face. And then the third time,
That should be.
well, that was in Forsyth County, and then he moved into Stokes County, so then we got the dog. And we were not aware that the dog had previously bitten his wife and his daughter until it turned on him. And then he pretty much has lost the skin on his arms. And I had to beg him to put his dog down while he was being sewn up. There's just people like that. And those dogs do not need to be out in our community.
Okay. Oh, I'm the last one. I have questions and some points to make. Basically, we probably are not going to get this solved at the next meeting either. But I have some information I'd like for people to think about. Some questions for you on the changes and so forth, and I'll try to get through it as quick as I can. First of all, one of the first questions I had when this subject came up another time earlier, maybe one of the times that Ronnie was talking about, was the idea that somebody couldn't take their dog out, tether it with the right size chain or rope or whatever, with the right collar and all that kind of stuff, and do it temporarily, say put it out in the yard to go to the restroom, or to just to, for whatever reason they needed to, put it out for a few minutes and then take it back in. Well, I was going to Lawsonville today, and I going into town, I passed or going into Lawsonville, it's not really a town, but I passed a dog that was tethered in the front yard. It was probably 10 feet from the front steps of the house. Looked like the door was open with a glass door where they could probably see through. The dog was very healthy looking and medium size, tethered to some kind of a chain. It wasn't big enough you could see the chain being large or anything. And it was just right there in the front door. And so then I came back by after making a couple stops, and it was gone back in the house, I guess is probably where it went. And so the argument has been, I just want to think about this, because your immediate response on all this is that we can't enforce this when it's temporary versus permanent. And I don't think it's not even logical to think that you could time the dogs on the chains, which is kind of what you're saying you'd have to be able to do, and how many people it take to do that. But as we get into this discussion, I would like to think about with tethering in general. You can look at there are other things besides the time that they're on the chain that really kind of exposes what's going on or what's not going on. The surroundings, the feces, the circle, as to whether they're on a permanent tether or like a temporary tether. So I would just like to think that through a little bit, and not kind of lock ourselves into you got to time it how long it's on the chain, to see if there's some way to do that. So, some of this other information we got, like one is a veterinary candidate, and I'm gonna put all this in the agenda for next time and give it to everybody. Actually, we'll get it out to the commissioners and everybody and have it in the agenda. But there's a candidate for vet school, to be a veterinarian in there, that doesn't believe that you should ban tethering, do a blanket or arbitrary ban. These kennel clubs, there's a couple of them in there, and their theme is that they don't like blanket tethering, just yes or no either. What they suggest, and this is the reason I'm talking about this is what I want us to kind of think about. They say you should focus more on the cruelty itself and not specifically the tethering. To look at whatever signs and science and everything else is available to figure out, without having to time how long a tether has been, to be able to tell if it's cruel or not. I mean, we kind of all know when we look at it. And so I would just like to at least explore that thought process a little bit more as we decide whether we're going to have a ban or not. Also, the one I saw this afternoon, it wasn't on a, I think our new rules say that it has to be on a swivel or a trolley. And this one was not on a trolley, so I'd like to understand why we would limit all tethering to just being on a trolley. If we decide there's good...
If it's attended.
Do what?
If it's attended.
Yeah, if it's attended tethering, yeah. So that's another point. Depending on how we figure this out, like I said, I think the real focus needs to be on whether cruelty is going on or not, and not necessarily a specific form of cruelty, but just really think through how we can stop the cruelty, because everybody on each side of this issue does not want to be cruel to animals, I don't think. And that's going to also cause us to have to do some definitions and look at some science about what's cruel and what's not cruel, and agree to that. And a perfect example is this thing we've talked about on barrels tonight. Is a barrel acceptable or not? Is it cruel or not? And we've got to somehow decide what the answer is on that from a definition standpoint. I think that, based just on what I've heard tonight, that has to be defined and decided as part of this process. I've talked to several vets, 3 or 4 vets, local vets, since this issue came up a couple weeks ago, just to get their opinion on it. Every one of the local vets I've talked to said we should ban tethering. And the reasons they gave were the same ones that we've heard before. The dogs getting pregnant, the dogs being in peril there for being attacked and can't escape. In fact, the long-term negative tethering we're talking about definitely screws up dogs' behavior, and it makes them aggressive in most cases. And then the other one was, there was one other thing. Oh, this thing, from a risk perspective, this idea that somebody comes into the dog's territory, particularly children, which I think you mentioned before, and whenever they're tethered improperly, they become more territorial and more aggressive, and there's a risk there of people getting hurt. So that's kind of the feedback I got from the vets that I've talked to, and that was 3 or 4 local ones here. I would like to, it's been mentioned tonight already, but Surrey County, I think, has a ban on tethering, and I think that's what we were given tonight. And so I would like to get some feedback, Amber, maybe if you could get some feedback from Chris over there on what's happened since they put the ban in, what it was before, what's happened afterwards, and any advice they have on how we should do our tethering or not tethering or whatever we decide to do. One of the things in your changes, I noticed it talks about them being in the shade, but it can't be the housing. So if you would kind of explain that, and if you want to, we can kind of just address these at the next meeting study, unless you want to do a quick answer tonight. But it says, where it talks about dogs being in the shade, but then it excludes their housing providing shade.
Correct. That was in the previous ordinance that was passed in 21.
Yeah, but I still have a question about it, whether it was approved or not, of why I guess maybe it just means better to find, if they're in the shade, they're in the shade, whether they're in their house or not, right? Or am I missing something?
If it's, say, 92 degrees outside, and they're on a chain and they're in the middle of the backyard and there's no trees, and all they have is their doghouse. The only way for them to get in the shade, if the sun is in certain places most of the day, is to be inside their doghouse, which is like an oven when it's 92 degrees.
Okay, I see that point, but then
We've actually put thermometers inside of doghouses to check the temperatures.
I was thinking of larger structures that could also be defined as housing, besides just that little doghouse that becomes a little oven. So that's what prompted my question.
We've seen dogs try to dig under their doghouses because they're so hot, just to try to get some relief.
Yeah.
If their bucket's out there in the sun, guess what? That water feels like bath water, and it doesn't give them any type of relief to drink.
Yeah, I was thinking if they could get to, if there was other shelter that would provide shade, not that little doghouse is kind of where I was going with that. So, the thing with the temperatures for the cars, that didn't make a lot of sense to me. The 71 versus 32. I don't know what's the difference in 70 degrees and 71 degrees, or 32 and 30? And
well, I can send you information on when it's 70 degrees outside or 75 outside, how hot it is in a car and how long it takes to reach, 100. Where,
okay.
It's all about heat strength for animals that are left in cars.
Yeah,
that's what most counties are going with that.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to just see the science that backs up the numbers if we're going to assign a specific number, which I'm not sure is a great idea to do. But my next question was on whenever I think several times through the changes and maybe some of the things that were approved before, where a dog ends up in the animal shelter, the owner has 72 hours to redeem the animal, or it becomes the property of the county. Is that what it says in there? I think it does.
That's
okay.
Given for.
I think that's one. I don't know if that's a change or not. I thought it was in the yellow part.
probably, get in on this if he wants, but, this is like, say if somebody's taken to jail and we have to pick up their dog. I'm so sorry. That's an emergency. Say if somebody's incarcerated and their dog is, the sheriff calls and says, I need you guys to come get the dog. The guy's going to jail. There's nobody to care for it. So he has, what I normally do is go to the jail, talk to him. If he wants to surrender the dog, he can sign it over. If he doesn't, then, we explain to him that you have 72 hours to either find a place for the dog, you can set up a boarding kennel, somebody to come pick it up, you set up for a friend or a family member to come get your dog. But we are so limited on space in our shelter. We have 10 dog kennels for this entire county.
Okay.
So we can't continue to hold these dogs for weeks and months and 6 months. I mean, we just don't have the space to do it.
Okay. My question.
Every time we're holding them,
Yeah.
that's strays that can't come in.
Yeah, my question's more like if somebody loses a dog, for example, and it runs off and doesn't come home or whatever, they may not and then it gets picked up by animal control. And then they may not know it's gone for a certain amount of time. Then they start looking for it. Maybe they have to go out of town or something, before they can finish looking for it.
So legally, we
So
have to
72, my question is 72 hours long enough as a just fixed rule that we take ownership, or should people have more time than
So
that?
the 72 hours starts when we post the animal publicly. If we pick it up, say in Madison, and we drive it all the way to the shelter, 30-minute drive, whatever, and then we have to do the intake, we have to take a picture of it, get a weight of it, do the intake in the system, then we post it. Once it's posted, they have 72 hours from that time.
Okay, if they come in, that's 3 days, right?
Correct.
They come in the 4th day and they've been sick or something, or they're indisposed, and it's clear it's their dog, they could still get it back.
If it's still available, yes.
Okay. Where would it go if it's not available?
Well, I mean, they can be adopted after 72 hours. They can be transferred to a rescue organization. They can be euthanized if
Okay.
they're aggressive or sick or something.
Okay,
like
well, what I want to think about then is 72 hours long enough. I just like to.
Well, if it's a Friday at 3 o'clock and the animal shelter closes at 5 or 5:30, and then they don't know till Monday the animal shelter even has it.
Sunday doesn't count because you're not open.
Right.
Right.
Saturday does because they are open. And if you really are looking for your dog within 72 hours, you're going to call the shelter. You're going to show up. I mean,
Yes.
people are always coming. I mean, it's
There's always extenuating
Yeah, I mean,
circumstances,
I
though.
got a dog out of the street the other day, and their owners literally were there in 10 minutes looking for their
Okay.
dog.
I'm just curious if that's the right number. If it's a standard number, that's fine. But just wanted
Yeah, it was
to
just
think
running
about
up the
it.
street and
Because I know people are busy and they can definitely get distracted for a day or two.
I mean, that's just across the board. Call any shelter in the state of North Carolina, and that's
Okay.
across the board.
All right. Are is it mandatory that they wear their rabies tag?
It is, that's state law.
Okay, I thought so. I just want to double check that.
That's state law. Any dog has to wear a rabies tag at all times. Cats and ferrets are exempt from wearing their tags, but the owners have to have them.
And if you pick one of them and they don't have it, they can still show you proof of the paperwork if they had to, right?
Yeah, we do require proof of ownership if we bring in a stray and somebody tries to come claim it. Because we've had people come try to claim dogs that were not theirs.
Okay. Okay, under your section, kennel permit fees, section 26, and the changes, it talks about dogs being used for purposes they are licensed to be used for. And I'm not clear on what, like coon hunting, for instance, you don't have to have a license to hunt coons with a coon dog, right?
This isn't about hunting dogs.
What is that about? What is that about where it's talking about license? They have to be licensed to do what?
In the county of Stokes, and I didn't come up with this. This has been in the books for years. In the county of Stokes, if you are a breeder, you have to have a kennel permit.
Okay.
That's what the license is.
Is that what that's referring to throughout the changes and everything? Okay, that answers that question then. Another question I had, it says, there was in section 28B, it talks about, I think it's talking about when it's appropriate tethering, it has to be attended to by the owner or guardian. I was kind of curious why you were that specific on who has to be attending the dog. It's in section 28B. You got it there, you can read it.
Yeah, it just means it's gotta be, accompanied by its legal guardian, must be, or owner on a leash or fastened to a trolley system. So if the owner, say the owner's going out of town and they have their brother and sister-in-law pet sit their dogs for them, well then that person is responsible for that dog. It's under their guardianship.
Oh,
for that
okay.
time.
Oh, so it has to be attended by somebody who the owner is given permission to attend
Legal
it.
guardian or owner.
That's what that's. I thought it was more of a
This
legal
is-
term than
Honestly,
that.
a lot of this is pulled from Forsyth County laws and
Okay.
surrounding county. We did look through surrounding county ordinances. And no female animal may be tethered at any time during her estrus cycle. That's gonna cut down a lot on the puppies coming into the shelter.
Okay, that leads me to another question too, that there's a section in there, in section 29G, it talks about the dogs that are in that cycle, the female dogs, having to be in a fence that has no larger than a 1-inch opening.
Because dogs breathe through fences.
Yeah, I know they can, but does that mean that people have to have 2 fences, or what is it? What does that mean exactly? If you have to have a separate fence that has no bigger than a 1-inch opening?
The structure of the fence cannot have more than a 1-inch diameter hole.
Okay.
So the male dogs cannot get to her during her cycle.
So, but most fences have bigger holes than that, don't they?
Yeah, chain link or.
Normally. So if you have the dogs in your normal fence and then one gets in heat, then you have to have a separate fence with the 1-inch openings to put them in. Is that what that's saying?
Well, it makes more sense to not let your animal out while it's in heat. It's just to try to cut back on the overpopulation problem. And we pulled this, and I looked at it too. We pulled it from a different county. And it's
I'm just trying to think the feasibility of it.
People are going to have to be responsible and not let their dogs get pregnant. I mean, it's just it's a cycle that just will not end.
Okay. Well, let's explore that a little bit more. So the dog would normally be in the other fence that doesn't have the 1-inch holes, smaller than 1-inch holes. So we're saying they should have a separate area.
Chain link dog lot.
Do what?
If you have a chain link dog lot, say you have a 10 by 20 dog lot that's chain link. If your female is in heat, a male's going to get to her through the fence.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
It just happens.
Okay. So it either has to be in, you have to, so you got to have a separate area to quarantine them, you're saying, basically, when they're in heat.
Yeah, just pretty much don't allow them where a male dog can get to them.
Okay.
For unwanted pregnancy.
Okay, great. This thing about the dangerous dogs, the first question I had, can't we just ban them, period, when they're determined dangerous? Do the people have?
You can. I mean, I cannot even begin to tell you the fights we have with people who they don't want their dog put down, and it's viciously attacked somebody, and it has ruined them for life. But they don't want that dog put down. We deal with it all the time.
And I assume there are legalities associated with that, right, Ty, about what you can or can't do?
I'm sure there are. That's something I have to research.
Okay.
See what the
General
law is
Statute
on it.
67, and yeah.
That makes me more nervous than anything, having these dangerous dogs just around, period, once they're officially declared that. I mean, I've got that little dog that had an embedded chain, and she, her personality's not as good as the one that didn't have, and she's been known to take a little nip at somebody in the back of the legs, not attack them or anything, but I don't consider her a dangerous dog.
Right.
So, but we're talking about a whole different category of dogs that once they've committed
They
these
have
offenses.
bodily harm.
I like to think through that whole process about what the risk associated with that and make sure, I mean, you've put a lot of effort into it. Can you?
Well, that's why I did this, because if you guys could see the maulings that we see, it never gets out of your head. These dogs do not need to be out in the general public. They just don't.
Another legal question I have, can we force them to have these insurance policies? And I would think we probably
That's gonna be a
can.
tie question. Now, I don't know if you can force them to, but I'd like to try if it's possible.
Yeah, and if we
We've
can,
gotta
then,
do something to get them off the street.
yeah, then I would say it's 100,000 enough. If they are, in fact, we can legally do that, it's 100,000 enough, big enough number. If you're looking at risk and stuff with these kind of
I
animals.
mean, a lot of insurance companies, I hate to say it, but if you have a pit bull, they either will not insure you or they're gonna make you, carry $1 million policy.
One other question I had that we looked at earlier a little bit is, and I just had a question, is what? Somebody have a comment? I'll give you guys a chance to comment when I finish, okay? I kind of wonder if the Animal Advisory Board is the right appeal for decisions that we've talked about through the changes that are made here. I think they would. I think the Animal Advisory Board does a great job and are dedicated to what they do. But I think appealing to them might be perceived, and this is just something for our board members to think about, is they may be perceived as being biased toward, say, animal control or the county. And then if your only step after getting their ruling is to go to Superior Court, well, we've already heard how well that works tonight, getting to Superior Court. That's like ain't gonna happen. So I would like for us to just think about, if we're going, I think we definitely need, for the sensitivity of the issues that come up with this, we definitely need an appeal process. And I would just ask everybody to think about where the Animal Advisory Board is the right board to do that appeal, or should it be some combination of maybe them and some other folks, so that it's perceived as objective and not biased one way or the other.
All the counties that I'm aware of, their Animal Control Advisory Board is the appellant board. But you could always, usually it's the board, the animal control supervisor. You can have 1 or 2 commissioners in on it if you want.
Okay.
Attorney, I mean, it's kind of a decision, it's up to you guys.
Okay.
But in most counties, it's the advisory board for the animal control department. That's who the appellant board is.
Okay. Okay, that's really all I had. That's enough for tonight. Anybody in the audience, any of the attendees on this issue would like to make any additional comments related to this issue before we go to the next agenda item?
How is this?
Just raise your hand, I'll call you one time. You
How
start.
is this Animal Advisory Board? How do you get on it?
It's appointed by the county commissioners. And it goes through the normal appointment process, right, that we do, where we advertise, you send in an application, and then we'll look at all the applications.
And isn't there an animal control person, a deputy, a veterinarian, and someone from each of the 4 quadrants of the county of Stokes? Is that how it's
I don't remember exactly.
Regionally structured. And how is it structured now? I mean, sometimes, like the sheriff's department, that person went off the board, they never appointed anybody. There is somebody from the health department. We did have a veterinarian, but that veterinarian is no longer.
Probably we need to take a look at it, probably, and make sure. We're looking at boards across the county and trying to get them more empowered and more set up to the guidelines that should be with them. So we probably need to take an action to do that.
And I mean, I am open to communication, so if any of the coon hunters or anybody wants to sit down and talk with me and go over these ordinances and try to come to a understanding, that my office is open and I'm only a phone call away. So I don't want this to be about us against hunters, that's not what this is about. This
No,
is
no,
about,
no.
this is about the changes.
Okay.
Got a dog tied to that right there. Honest or right? But we put a fence up and they got a roof on, they come in this mud like that in their lot, what you gonna do? You gonna take our dogs?
There's a roof on it, you shouldn't have mud that big. Right?
Okay, who else in the audience would like to comment on this?
I just wanted to say,
Okay.
I'm a delivery driver and I see a lot of the stuff they see, and I mean, it's everywhere. So if y'all know anybody that works for Amazon, FedEx, UPS, USPS, they see the same type of bad situations. And really the solution's simple. If we could just have a mandatory spay neuter, or, you know, I know that's a whole different fight, but if everybody could just spay neuter, we wouldn't have all this.
And that's a problem because we have nothing other than my program. There's nothing in this county for spay and neuter.
Yeah, spay neuter is a very absolutely critical issue. The overpopulation is a lot of what causes a lot of the
It's
problems
the
we
worst
have.
now
So.
that it's ever been in all the years I've done it. Because of COVID.
It is.
Mhm.
It's, and I mean, on a daily basis, I talk to people that have 20 to 50 cats. And we can't, I can't, is one person doing this for free? I do it for free. This program that I run for the county for over 8 years.
She puts in a lot of time.
I can't keep up with it because I can't get appointments.
All the vets now are booked out until like May to get a spay neuter. So animals are getting pregnant while they're waiting on getting into a vet.
Yeah. One other thing I want to mention that and anybody else think of anything else, I'll give you one more chance. But one other thing in the ordinance somewhere, and I don't have the citing exactly, but we discussed this before, but I would like to look at the breeding a little bit closer in the prevention of puppy mills, and the fact that for folks that are running breeding operations who in some cases are making massive amount of money doing it, that the county look at how we charge for that, permit that, how we monitor that to ensure we don't have puppy mills and situations that we've experienced in the past. So.
And that's why I'm trying to incorporate some of this under the kennel permits. Because I'll tell you, I'll just tell you, I did an inspection a few years ago on a kennel here in Stokes County. It was about $124 maybe. In 1 month. 1 month. Guess how much money she made? Over $53,000. 53 grand in 1 month. And if you look, 100 plus dogs, $850 a year, that's nothing. That's like throwing change in a bucket to her. It's not gonna affect her. It's not.
That information you have in the ordinance, that number of dogs that's the total number of dogs they produce during a year. Is that right? That's what those figures say. Yeah, we need to take a hard look at that. I think.
You know, some counties and a lot of municipalities, even local municipalities, have you know, their own ordinance where one household can't have over 5 dogs, or one household can't have over 10 dogs. If you're a hunter, you can get an exclusion. You can file for an exclusion to that if you're a hunter. Is it a way to cut down on the population? Maybe. Is it going to make people mad? Probably. Anytime you try to enforce something, it's going to make people mad. People get offended. But right is right and wrong is wrong, and that's what this county is going to have to just come to. What's right is right and what's wrong is wrong.
Why do you think it is that the state has not just banned tethering?
It won't do it.
I'm asking her, Kathleen, not you. Okay. Thank you, Lori. You would answer that.
Yeah, there is a bill right now before the committee. They've been trying to pass it for a while, several years. I was at the legislature back in like 2016, 2017, just trying to get a puppy mill bill passed. It's impossible almost, and it's all because of politics. All we were asking for puppy mill dogs was that they get food, clean water, proper shelter, exercise, and sunlight. That's it. That is basic humanity. Did it pass? it didn't pass because of a lot of big corporations were against it because they didn't want laws incorporated. Nobody likes laws. But if it comes to something or someone that is suffering, that's what you have to look at. This isn't about hunters. This isn't about how many coon dogs they have, what they hunt, or anything else. This is about just basic humanity and treating sentient beings humanely. That's what this is about. And I'm glad that you did talk to some of the veterinarians because they see some of what we see, but they don't see all of what we see. They see the ones who are decent enough to bring their animals to the vet. If their collar starts to embed, they bring them to the vet. Those are the more responsible people who change.
I did want to ask, didn't Forsyth just have a division? Didn't something happen in Forsyth County with the Humane Society? I know Don Martin, who's vice chair out there, used to be superintendent. He and I are friends. It seemed like I saw something on TV about, could you just give me a 30-second brief of what happened?
Well, I think just the Humane Society and the county just decided to part ways. I think the Humane Society was in need of much more money than what they were allocated, and I think that's what it had to do with. I don't want to speak for them.
Came down to a financial situation.
Like maybe $300,000.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else from the audience? Last call, Tommy?
Yes, I'd like to say.
Hey, Kathleen, call him Tommy back there. Tommy's speaking.
Rick, I just want to say, to lump tying out every dog as cruelty would be just as naive as to say every dog that's kept inside of a house is well taken care of, because it's not true.
I agree with that.
It's just not true.
Yep, you're right. Hey, the other gentleman, or go ahead if you got one, then Kathleen.
Now, just go back, and I'm going to go back to general statutes. So I just looked up. All this about vicious dogs, I'm good for. I aborted for 30 years. But there's a general statute in North Carolina that tells you what you can do. That they have to be restrained in the pen, or they have to be in the house if they come off the property. They have to have a muzzle and they have to be on leave.
But that needs to be in our county ordinance too.
Yeah, put it in there, but don't put it in the county ordinance. Put it as North Carolina general statute so you can enforce it.
Well, it references that.
So when you go in there and you list it as that. You start making the county ordinance stick with the articles, because everything we're trying to do here, as I've sit here and looked up in general statutes, everything she's mentioned, it's already in general statutes. So it ain't like we've got to put, but you can't make all this, you just can't add on to it. Follow what's here.
The
You can enforce
training
what's
is
here.
not
I mean,
specific
that's
enough
simple as it gets. You can
in the
enforce what's
state
here.
statutes.
Okay. All right. Kathleen, you got a comment?
I have a comment.
More than.
Who was it was asking what's wrong with the barrel? Was that you, Rick?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, I just said we have to decide if the science supports
The science
moving
is
barrels or not.
that dogs don't lay in a curve. They lay in a donut configuration,
Mhm.
and they need to be level. They need to be flat. They can't lay naturally in the bottom of a curved barrel. What we see when we go out to replace those with wooden houses is we see pressure sores. Pressure sores all over their bodies because they don't have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mr. Glidewell said that when he put a dog house beside the barrel, they used the barrel. That's all they've ever known. They've been chained outside since God knows when. That's all they've ever known. So of
Okay.
course it's going to be a foreign.
Yeah, well, my point is we just need to figure out scientifically whether that's
We know
appropriate or not.
scientifically that dogs can't lay in a curve.
Yeah.
We know that scientifically. If you've ever looked at your dog laying and then imagined them being bunched up, look at what the pressure would be. It'd be on their bones.
Mhm.
And the skin is between the bone and the barrel.
Yeah, okay.
And they get like bed sores.
Got it,
Okay,
okay.
also,
Hurry up, we really need to get to the next agenda item, so wrap it up. if you
okay,
like.
Commissioner Chandler said, if people would just do the right thing, well, that would be very nice, but it's abundantly clear here that they don't. It would be nice if they did.
Well, I guess you just took a little snapshot, but what I'm trying to say, if both both sides here, and I don't think anybody in here is not saying, hey, let's treat our dogs crappy or cruelly or whatever. I don't think there's anybody here arguing that. I'm trying to find. There's a lot of good people in Stokes County. It's not everybody, but if we use education, and I know you, especially, I mean, you all volunteer a lot of hours, and you try your best, and I don't take anything away from that, and I appreciate that. I mean, I tip my hat to you. But we also we just have to make sure. I'm just going to say it. So I don't want it to be excuses of all the times where we drive by places with chains like that, and then we try to pin it back and say, well, we don't have a tethering ordinance. And because I just don't think that's correct. I'll research. In fact, I'll go see the district attorney and have a chit chat with him, because we never had a problem doing that in Cumberland County, and we didn't have a tethering ordinance at that time. It was just it's just against statute. It's cruel.
No, this isn't Cumberland, and we do see it everywhere. We do. And she's not exaggerating. That thing is
You
heavy.
have a tethering ban down now. They do, not back. Did you get some feedback from the house? Yeah.
I have one more short point. Every time this topic comes up, you talk about your dog. He talks about his teacup rule. He talks about if a dog is expensive, it must be treated well. Your minds need to stop going straight to what you do with your dog. Your minds need to start going straight out to all the suffering. And stop internalizing and thinking of everything she says in terms of what you do with your own dog. Or what your daddy did with his beagles. Or what your brother-in-law does with his coonhound.
Okay, that's enough. That's all we need to hear. Okay.
But
We don't need a lecture. We don't need a lecture from you about how we process our thought process. Okay.
But you keep coming back to what you do. That's not what we're here to discuss.
That's your opinion. Okay. That's the end of this topic for tonight. The next item on the agenda is implementation of performance evaluation system. Thank you, Lloyd. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Morris, is it just gonna go back on discussion or back on action for next meeting?
Discussion. Don't put it on afternoon. Make it another night.
Yeah, make it the night meeting.
Night.
Yeah, night meeting.
You guys need a 5-minute break? Yeah, let's take a recess for 5 minutes.
Put my place. It's on.
I'll call meeting back to order from our recess, and the crowd has shrunk drastically. The next item on our agenda is the implementation of performance evaluation system. I think Gail's going to handle that tonight.
For Jamie. Jamie is homesick, so I'll fill in for her. Okay, so at the commissioners meeting, it was discussed as this being implemented for a standard performance evaluation for the county employees. I think we talked about that on January 23rd. And as you have attached, you can see the performance evaluation checklist that Jamie has put on there. You have that in front of you. Okay. And then you've got the performance evaluations. Then this is a policy just for review.
And then we added the support form from last time. She added that fillable support form out.
And that support form, she said it's fillable, so it's something that. And also, I think we added for employees that at the bottom, the performance and evaluation, that form that they could sign for the employee to sign off on.
Okay. Let's start, Sonia. You have questions,
I
comments?
have a couple questions. This also applies to the health department employees and the DSS employees as well, right? And will the county manager be doing the same system and these same forms for all the department heads that are under the county manager, or?
I would assume so.
I would assume so.
I mean, that's what I thought, but I don't know if that's in the policy or it doesn't specifically say that, so we might want to add it to the policy just for clarification that that would be also something that the manager
There's a
would
certain
do.
type of evaluation that has to be done for the health director too. That's a little
Board, does the board do it?
That and the county manager for accreditation purposes. So
Yeah, because I mean, the manager's going to get an evaluation too from us.
Right.
So I mean, it's everybody will.
Yeah.
We would use the same forms for that too, right?
I think for the manager, I think we use something a little bit different. That's just my personal opinion.
Whatever's in the, what we have in the contract, y'all remember? Whatever, we had a contract.
Yeah,
so
separate.
we just need to specify in there how we want to do it, probably. I think maybe the support form might be good to use for the manager too, though. I mean, unless all that is here's what we expect. Right. Tell us how you did it 6 months or a year from now.
Well, the only other thing I had about it, I mean, I think everything else looks good. That the merit pay part, I don't know if we can decide that right away or look at that during budget to see. And I think we talked about looking at it during budget. So, I mean,
Well, the evaluation won't be able to be completed until next year because, I mean, you can't evaluate them on something that they've never really seen before. So in other words, you wouldn't start evaluations next week because the employee is going to say, well, you've never sat down.
what's the bar? I mean, what's
Right, yeah.
Yeah, the support form is the front end of piece of this that we could do next week, almost.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but we do have to have it incorporated into the budget somehow to look at how it affects the budget with the merit pay piece of it. Is all I'm saying.
Is that something you have to go in and do a new pay plan or just implement them?
It would all depend on how you design the merit pay system.
Yeah.
I think based on what the scale is, you could probably use the one we have, depending on the percentages you use. And if you did away with the longevity too. I think that would have a lot to do with it.
Percentage would be 1 to 3%.
Yeah.
Probably like Brad said, it'll be a year before the performance evaluation is done, but we probably should discuss it in this budget to have a plan for how we're going to deal with it once that performance evaluation is done.
Yeah.
And Amber, could you maybe call around to some surrounding counties as far as how, with the merit pay, if they do that? merit pay's been brought up 2 or 3 times in the last 5 or 6 years. And I see it's in here again, so I think, I don't know what Surrey or Rockingham or Yadkin or how they handle.
That'd be good information.
Anybody other questions or comments? Does this go on action for the next meeting? Is that good to everybody?
I guess another question I have is once we decide what we're going to do as far as the merit-based part of it and what the procedures look like as far as with the support form and the evaluation form, are we going to amend the policy at that point, I guess, to include all those procedures in it? I mean, so that way employees know the process.
Personnel policy.
Yeah, because this is going to go into the personnel policy, I presume.
Yeah, that's what we need to do. I mean, we've talked a lot about amending the personnel policy for a whole lot of different reasons, including this, so.
This is just pretty vague, I guess, as far as like what we're going to try to implement.
Yeah.
So we may just need to go back and amend it once we figure out what we're going to do.
Maybe that's actually an agenda item we should put up pretty quick. You think of personnel policy, or you guys to look at it?
So I think we need to look at too, I mean, probably what would be the best way in terms of compensation would be just make it, I pay them once a year. It's not part of their base salary. It's a bonus. And then we can pick and choose, when, of course, that would take place.
Sounds good.
I got one quick question. What's the plan on training? I mean, if you just throw it in front of people, they're gonna be like a deer in the headlights, these forms.
We could check on that and see what kind of.
You might could find someone, an HR group from a surrounding county that already has this implemented and have them come and give in service to.
Or you fill out a John Doe on the form and go through it and give it to the department heads, something like that.
Yeah, I agree. They probably would need a little bit of training on
Yeah,
it.
if you don't, you're gonna get some weird
Man service.
things turned in.
I mean, we could always start at the department head level and train them, and then they could
work
pass it on. I mean,
Yeah. Just don't go cold turkey, or you're
right.
You'll be writing a comic book.
I think it's in here where the supervisors would do the evaluation and then department heads would sign off on. Is that what we?
Yeah, I think there was, and on the support form, I think there was 2 reviewers, a reviewer and a senior
that's,
reviewer.
That's typical. Yeah. That's typically how it's done.
Okay, because we got that on there, just making sure.
We've actually done almost the same forms before one time for a short period of time before we stopped doing it. So some folks may kind of remember it from that too, which can help a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Action agenda for next time? Next item on our agenda is.
Good night.
She was sleeping up there.
Do you want us to give opinion on the dog issue?
Sure. Okay.
The next item is our Board of Health appointment request, and Chad Jarvis, the chairman of the Board of Health, is here to present some information on how they're trying to proceed as a board to get things sorted out. So
first, I appreciate you taking the time to hear this. Second, I'm glad I don't chair the Animal Control Advisory. With that being said, what I sent to you, Commissioner Morris, earlier is a plan to get our board in alignment so that we don't all expire our terms at one time, which is what's happened. Because the board was all appointed at one time when they rolled off of a health advisory committee role. So, put us in a little bit of a bind. We also had the opportunity to take a look at our prescribed positions that are filled by just members of the general public. So, a recruitment letter's been sent out. So, it's 27 professional engineers that live in this county. There are 34 pharmacists. I did not look at the MDs because our MD wants to continue on. Our pharmacist wants to continue on. There are 5 vets and 6 dentists, unless they've not changed their address with the boards. We got all that information. Send them out by email, send them out by snail mail, but essentially we're going to try and look at this within 2 weeks to see what kind of response we receive for those prescribed positions, and then bring that information back to the county manager's office to present to you guys so that we can look at advertising and billing it with general members of the public. But keeping in mind, if somebody does step up with that license and wants to serve, there is an obligation to place them if we have a civilian person filling that role. So with that being said, I'd like to have Keith Lawson be reappointed for a 2-year term in the general public membership role. I would like to have Ashley Osteen placed in the general membership role. She's applied. I have not heard back from the person who had held that seat when I've requested to contact her. I don't know her status, and that would be Rachel White. If she's expressed a desire to continue on, then she could be placed in one of the positions that may not be filled with a qualified, certified, or licensed person. Rick, you'll have to read off to me how I wrote that.
It says reappointment Keith Lawson, general public, term for 2 years. And T. Delaney Santoro, medical, MD, term for 2 years. And Kim Lewis is a pharmacist for a term for 2 years. And then Ashley Osteen, also from the general public, is a term for 2 years.
Yeah, that would get our board in alignment to where it is essentially staggering out.
Is she supposed to be 3 years or 2, Ashley?
She could be 3, but you can, as the board of commissioners, can reduce it to 2 to try and get this conundrum of everybody expiring at one time, because you lose a lot of historical perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with this board, there's a lot of things that are historical rabbit holes they've gone down, things you don't want to chase again. You know, if you keep repeating history, that's what you're going to do every time you roll a board completely over at one time. He's been around a long time and has a lot of that general knowledge, and I use him a lot to go, okay, well, how did you handle this before? So that's part of that request.
Do you want Ashley to be 2 or 3 then, for the staggering purposes?
For staggering purposes, it would be
2, okay.
And that would keep your licensed people for the longest term when they come, if we get them in.
So that's the action tonight, or on those 4 individuals, is what you'd like us to move to action
I
tonight?
don't think you can do that. I don't think you can do that because I think you have to. Don't we have to like close for nominations and everything like we do?
Yeah,
all
we
the
need
other
to
ones?
open the floor for further nominations. Just
Yeah.
that's the way we do it. Yeah.
So I'll make a motion that we close.
Also,
Well, we
normally-
got
okay,
4
look.
down here at the bottom.
Right, hold on a second. I would like to see all the bios for all these people because we don't have any information on them. And we got new board members, and I wasn't even on the board when Keith Lawson, Delaney Santoro, and Kim Lewis was appointed to this board. So normally when people submit these things for boards or committees or whatever that we appoint, they attach biographical information or like a resume almost so that we have something to look at.
Yeah,
Like
That is a good point. And
I agree with
That's okay.
These are reappointments.
Right.
And except for Ashley Osteen,
Right.
her application has been received and processed through the county manager's office.
Okay.
So that's where I may have erred in the aspect of reappointing 3 people who have been on the board.
Well, since
So
3 of us are new and weren't on here when they were appointed before,
Okay.
it would be nice to have it all.
So does this have to go through an advertising process for other people or not? Before, right?
Yeah, I mean, typically we put it on the website
Typically,
for
when you
2
come in
weeks.
for reappointments or appointments, you do what you're doing tonight, then you do any further nominations, then you move it to action for next time. You advertise it on the website that there's open positions. Have you already been advertising on the website? How long?
Well, the general membership position had been advertised and closed out as far as applications. The other licensed positions, we've sent as a board, or not a board, but the department has sent recruitment letters out when we got all the licensed people that live in Stokes County. Contacted the dental board, veterinary board, optometry board, every one of them that are open or need to be filled. Sent out those letters recently, I think, the end of last week.
You're
But wouldn't we have to advertise them?
Your rules of procedure state that you do this at this meeting, and then you move it to action the next meeting, and then you put it on the website and you advertise for it. If it's not already been previously advertised on the actual boards and postings, that's just what your rules of procedure state that you do.
Okay, so we need to follow that process then, I think. Would you guys agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Then that'll take care of your issues too, right? That'll take care of
Yeah,
your
that would give us the background, or bios or whatever.
So we need to open for further nominations tonight. Did you already close that?
Did, but
If you don't have any other
I don't have any, I mean,
nominations, so, yeah.
but you won't bios, resume,
Before we take action.
before we do anything.
Before you vote.
So what if we get, you know, if I close it down tonight, I'll make a motion to close, and then we get the bio. I mean, normally I would say a motion to close.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't do that.
I don't think we should make a motion to close if you want to see the bios, because you might see something on one of them that
True.
hits something that might be a background situation or something.
so we're gonna advertise then?
Yeah, the general public member position that Ashley Osteen is gonna fill, that has been advertised for the
Okay.
proper amount of time already, because it was a vacancy.
Okay.
And Haley Shelton let me know that, and I put it on the website, so that has
You
been
have her
properly advertised.
information?
I do, I can give that for you, yes.
So you just didn't attach it to this agenda?
No, not this one. I think I've attached it previously when she was for a previous one. I can get that.
Previous board?
No, she was for this one, right? I sent you all the
Yeah,
information.
because we were talking about
and
going
she
to an
was-
action item that night.
Yes.
It was held then from the meeting before last. It is really at the pleasure of the board. I understand, Commissioner Cox, I understand exactly what you're saying. I did not understand that reappointments.
We need to get those anyway, so we just do all this at the next meeting. That's good. Put it on action for next meeting.
Well,
I'm gonna also throw this at you. Right now, you only have 2 voting members on the board.
That's why you wanted action tonight.
7 days, 21st. And
we
need-
couldn't do it tonight.
We can
either way.
call a meeting, and we have the option of meeting remotely, so we can do whatever makes everybody comfortable.
I just want to follow the same procedures that we follow for every board with this board. You know, I just want it to be the same set of standards and same.
So reappointments were advertised before? I don't believe they have been. no.
If there's an opening on a board, it's always presented to the board, and then it's put on the website that these people have been presented for reappointment, and any other information, anybody who wants to also apply for that, they can.
Yeah, that way it's put on the website. But I just mean as far as a vacancy, that's on when you go to the appointments page on the website. That's only vacant.
Just like tonight, if they are good with nominating, or we're good with Ashley Olstein, you would put her name on the website that she'd been presented for appointment.
Correct.
Then you would approve it at the next meeting.
Correct.
So you're saying we've had her information at a previous meeting, at a previous time that she.
We received her application and resume weeks ago, and I forwarded that to I think Haley Shelton at the health department and Mr. Jarvis here.
Yeah,
And
she sent it to me.
yes,
Well, I'm just saying, but have we seen it?
I thought it was previously on a meeting, but I can pull it up and I can get it for you right now if you want me to.
I thought it was in an agenda packet earlier, that's why I didn't see it.
We've not had a Board of Health appointment since it was me and Beverly Essex. So when would we have seen Ashley Osteen's stuff?
It should have been the same night that they voted on this Essex, if I recall, but I don't see your packet, so I'm not sure what you received.
Oh, it's public.
I know, but I'm
But
just
we
saying-
receive whatever is, you know.
We're frantically looking for it.
Well, I mean, I can pull it
It's
up.
okay, we don't like to be wrong, we don't like to tie you up, but we also need a functional board.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I just don't know. Usually we have it attached where they apply, like we had Miss Essex stuff, you know, like that.
I believe Ms. Osteen came up on discussion agenda the night that Ms. Essex was voted on, if I recall.
So she should have technically been on the last meeting's agenda then, if she was brought up that night and nominated, but I don't.
I don't remember anybody but Beverly being on that.
It's also been quite a bit of, everybody's had quite a bit of change and fluctuation too, so.
Well, we
You
can,
can do it either way. I just need to make you aware that, your next meeting is the day before our next board meeting. But that doesn't mean that we cannot move our board of health meeting. It doesn't mean that we can't call another meeting, especially given the opportunity to meet remotely with these people. Makes it a lot easier when you've got 11 professionals trying to get on the same page. So I just need your guidance. And I appreciate Commissioner Cox putting the brakes on it a little bit.
I'm just asking to do the same thing we do in all the
No,
all the appointments.
perfectly.
So what is that, what will that entail then? What will that entail? That doing this at the next meeting?
Yes,
Afternoon
if you do
meeting?
it the way you normally do it, you'd put all these names on the postings website, on our county website, under boards and committees, and you would say that all these names were presented tonight, the 3 for reappointment, the 1 for appointment for a public member, and then you'd say those will be finalized at the next commissioners meeting. That way, if anybody else is interested in those in the next 2 weeks, they can also submit an application, and if you have no other applications, then it's your choice to move forward with what you have, or, it's your pleasure.
That way we'll have resumes too then.
And to make it even more clear, essentially, your advertisement will be for to the general public. And every other board member, with the exception of the commissioner, obviously, and the RN position. So
Sounds right.
Everyone.
Mhm.
We want to make sure we're all on the same ball.
Okay, good. Then that'll sort things out.
Yeah, that should make it clear.
Okay. Any questions, comments from anybody? I appreciate what you're trying to do to try to get these restricted positions in place.
I do too.
They've never
Yeah.
been that way since I've been associated with the county.
Yeah.
We've always had
Great
vacancies
idea.
and stuff.
And where I got tripped up here is I did not understand that from my past experience looking at webpages that we, as a county, advertise for reappointments if there was somebody who wanted to be reappointed. So that's where this area came in.
Well, that's just in fairness to if somebody else is
Yeah,
interested.
no, this is true. No, this is exactly true, because there is interest. We're finding that out now that we actually start looking for people.
That's good. That's
And
great.
listen, you cannot rely on the county website. People don't go, oh, let me go see what's open.
Somebody could legally, probably, I don't know, Ty, if they didn't get a chance to, if they didn't see it, where they could put in an application. That could possibly be some type of.
They could raise the issue.
Yeah.
They weren't given proper notice.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Okay, thanks a lot, Chad. Appreciate it. Appreciate the work you're doing over there.
Yeah, for sure.
If you see any animals on the road, pick them up.
Okay, great.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Chad. The next item is the Surrey County Housing Consortium appointment request. I think Amber's going to address that.
Yeah. So, currently, the only representation we have for the Surrey County Housing Consortium is Commissioner Chandler, and we already appointed him a couple of meetings ago. Appointed him to that a couple meetings ago. But 2 more appointments are needed. I wasn't aware of who all was serving on that committee, and apparently we haven't been very, active in participating in that committee, and we were made aware of that by Surrey County, who chairs, and they started that. So the previous 2 members were Jane Cole and Sherry Witt, and they are no longer able to serve. I confirmed that. So we just need two more appointments for that committee, the Surrey County Housing Consortium, to represent Stokes County. And what they do is the PTRC administers that for Surrey County, and they get home funds from the Housing and Urban Development Department federally, about $500,000 a year, to do stuff like home repair, construction, direct home buyer assistance, or direct rental assistance. And that's with Surrey, Stokes, Yadkin, and Davie. So we just need 2 more appointments. And I did put in here that if nobody had an idea, or if anybody, that Commissioner Wood had voiced his appeal to serve on that, and I would as well if no one else would be willing to do that.
That's usually just one commissioner on that from my county, because I served on it when I back.
Yes. Yeah, typically that has been the that's been the way it has been in the past for Stokes, but other counties have appointed two members. I'm just saying, just if we
I know
couldn't find anybody.
When I was on there, we had
Yeah.
actually community members.
Okay.
If it was 3, it was me and 2 community people.
Did we advertise it for community people?
I have not yet. I'm going to put it on the website after this meeting. I just wanted to get a feel for if y'all had any ideas of who you wanted to appoint or any nominations, because I didn't. Again, we haven't really addressed this committee in a while, and I hadn't really talked a lot about it. So.
I nominate Keith to be one of the serve.
I'm just helping out. I hope you find somebody else.
I just know they wanted to get more active participation from us, because I think that they received $2 million in ARPA funding that they're sitting on, trying to figure out which of those 4 counties, Surrey, Stokes, Davie, and Yadkin, that they're going to disperse that to and do some stuff with that, maybe like homeless shelters. And
We need 3 people over there right quick now.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
But I mean, I could always fill in until y'all could actually appoint somebody or find somebody. If you wanted a citizen, just a citizen member.
So will we need to, do we need to do something on it tonight or advertise?
I can just go in and put it on the website and advertise for it, and we can just bring it back to the next meeting on discussion with, hopefully, we'll have some people apply for it. But typically,
Yeah,
okay.
do that, and then if not, we'll get you 2 guys.
What's our next meeting?
Y'all fill in.
27th,
Yes.
today's 13th.
Yes, 2 weeks away. Yes, the
Monday
27th.
the 13th. Why do you think we had such a wonderful meeting tonight?
Do they have a meeting between now and then?
Who,
The consortium.
yes.
When is it?
I think it's the 20th, I believe it is. I think.
I didn't see that. I thought the next one was the 27th, is what I got. 27th of April.
Well, I think I received a different one.
And we're in March, right?
Yeah.
So our next meeting is March 27th.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
confirm that, but either
Okay.
way, we'll have representation. I'll figure out when it doesn't go.
Okay.
Just so we're aware of what's going on.
And plus, we got to get, because I've got to get sworn in too. I got to meet with, who is that, Ashley, or, got to meet with,
Oh, from the PTRC?
I think so.
Okay, yeah.
Anyway, I'll go back and check my emails.
Okay.
I think the next
I may
meeting is
be
the 27th
mistaken.
Of April.
I may be mistaken. It may be that.
Yeah.
I'll look again.
Okay, good. So we're good on that, then everybody knows what we're doing? Okay, next item on the agenda is Stokes Substance Abuse Treatment Committee, and Amber, I think you're gonna start with that one too.
Yeah, so VIA created this committee originally, and I will make one correction. Sonia told me earlier that it's the Substance Use and Treatment Committee. They've, I guess, changed the name of that. It's supposed to be use instead of abuse.
In the industry or in that community, they don't really use the word abuse. They just use use or misuse is what they like to go by.
Yeah. So VIA did create that originally, and it was more of an informal meet to talk about the substance use and treatment. And it's been discussed at several previous Board of Commissioners meetings as far as making it an official committee of the Stokes County Board of Commissioners, and created with a list of members. So they'll just discuss strategies for addressing the epidemic and making recommendations for how to best spend the opioid settlement funds. So based on recommendations from Laura Bullens and Derek Vickers, who are in the administration of that committee, they recommended the following list. And you have it, I can read it out if I need to, but there's 11 members there, and they tried to kind of hit on all the key players with the opioid problem, as far as from the school system, DSS, Sheriff's Office, the judicial system, first responders, with VIAR, MCO, etc. So I think it's a pretty good list of names, and Sonia might can add more as far as
Well, I
how
think
that
their
process
idea
was
was, and Commissioner Chandler came to a meeting today, and as he probably saw, when you have the meeting like we had today, you can get off on tangents real easy, and some of them are really good tangents to go down and to discuss. And we some people describe it like peeling the layers back off of an onion to try to get to the core of the issue. And I spoke to them today about our meeting with Rockingham County and how that went and some of the issues, and talked to them about Rockingham County doing this study and paying for a study to talk about what services are available in their county and what the needs are. And I feel like basically this committee that VIA put together originally has kind of been doing that for the county. They have been studying the problem, looking at all the ways to impact the problems, and they're looking at what's available already in our county and surrounding counties. So that's kind of been the work of this committee so far. But I think the thought is if you have a core committee and then you have some subcommittees that wouldn't be appointed by the commissioners, but just the faith-based community would be a subcommittee, maybe prevention would be a subcommittee, and they could meet independently of this board, and then it might make our meetings kind of stay on topic and run smoother if we had some subcommittee. That's kind of the way that approach I think that Derek and Laura are looking at going.
Well, I will have to say, it's just amazing, but I know every single person on this group. Derek serves on me with Partnership for Children. I know it. Every single person, Jonna, Joy, all these people, I know them all. I think they all would do a great job. So where it says down here, these are being presented for official appointment, I think we could move this to action and just say tonight.
I mean, if we need to wait.
I'd do it the same way since you just stressed on that other one.
Yeah, I mean,
wouldn't change it.
You
So,
want to
I'd post their names.
post?
Just like,
Okay,
yeah,
that's
just
fine.
to keep it in the same.
Yeah, I understand. No
Yeah.
problem. I just know that if we don't get any more, we've got a good group
You
here.
do. And if you get some, you can still, I mean, it's up to your discretion on who you think is the best for this committee. So, no matter what you get. So, yeah.
okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
So at the next meeting, we won't take action at the next meeting. That's when you'll see if anybody else is.
Well, we'll post these as, Amber will post these as presented tonight for
Right.
appointment. And then if
But somebody else can put their
they
name
could,
in. Yeah.
but you still can vote at the next
Yeah.
meeting because you
We
posted.
need to open the floor for nominations for this group tonight.
We can do it at the next one. You can do it at the next one once you've posted it.
Okay,
Either
All right.
or typically, it doesn't.
okay. I'm good with that. You're good with it? You good with it?
You normally
Yes.
nominate them, I mean,
Normal night them in this
poll
meeting.
them, you poll at the next meeting. That's
But they
Usually
typically done
usually we
vote
say
in the
we
past.
make a motion
to
to close nominations tonight, get a second, take a vote, and then next meeting, we poll everybody.
Is that what we want to do?
Yeah, I
So we're
guess
going
so.
on the health department, right?
Yeah.
Say we go ahead and do it. That's, of course,
If that's,
everybody else.
yeah, I mean, like I said before, doing it the same way and the same process, and if that always got convoluted. When I was chair, that's the thing I had the most trouble with, was what nights did we hold the board and what night did we?
So we need a motion then to nominate,
I
or
make
close
a-
Nominations?
I'll make a motion, first of all, that we close nominations on the Stokes County substance use and, is it abuse and treatment or use and treatment?
Use, yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Okay, passes unanimously.
Then we'll poll it.
We'll poll at the next
Poll
meeting.
that at the
Okay.
next meeting.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
We're moving on now, boy.
Yeah, the last thing, last item, or next item is a quarter-cent sales tax discussion. I think you asked for that one, Sonia, didn't you?
Do what?
Quarter-cent sales tax. You want to start out on that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Put my readers on. I do have some questions, but I will say that, that I think that a couple points with this is, that a quarter-cent sales tax, it seems like, is the fairest way to have a tax, because right now the burden of the taxes is on the property owners, and that's the but only if you, and I don't know the number of residents that own property, but in most counties it's less than half are actual property owners. So right now the burden of tax is on the property owners, which is limited to just the ones who own property, and that burden should be shared by everybody, and if it is done through this manner, it would be more fair, because, and it also, if I remember right from the last time, it's not gas, it's not medicine, it's not groceries. So, you know, that way people, you know, I don't think it adversely affects certain populations. It will, you know, to pay for their groceries, gas, that kind of thing. It's on purchases of things, and, you know, a lot of people shop online. A lot of people are, you know, see them Amazon trucks all over the place, and and they, you know, this would be, and then also, you know, we're seeing more stores pop up and things, and I just think it's a good way to shift the burden to everyone in a much fairer way. I do think we should form a committee like Rockingham did to try to study it a little bit more and to see through the passage of it, because I don't think that it's collectively we can, with everything else we're tasked with doing, you know, it would be better to have a committee like Citizens for the quarter-cent sales tax. And, you know, I think that committee, once it's formed and they're figuring it all out, could recommend to us if it should be designated for a certain thing, or does it need to, you know, how broad do you want that, or how narrow do you want it to be? Because I know, like, Rockingham did their workforce center or whatever, but, you know, we already kind of have that with Forsyth Tech, and we already have our CTE center up there and classes and stuff, so that might not be something we need or to spend it on, and don't want to pigeonhole. But tourism and economic development is a broader scope, but certainly something that we need to spend money on. And to my opinion, that might be, you know, will that pass it in people's eyes? Like, oh, that's worth it, I'm going to vote for it. I don't know, you know. But if you say it's for education, they're going to say, well, you already got that 4 cents, so, you know, what do you need another quarter cent for it? So, you know,
Buildings.
Yeah,
It's gonna take a lot of
exactly.
homework.
But that's why I'm saying a committee looking at all of that would be a benefit, I think, for us to do. So I think that forming a committee would be the way to go. Getting it on the next primary would be good. That's my 2 cents.
When do you think we should form the committee? How soon?
I think pretty soon.
Okay.
I think they need to, if it's next primary in the spring, they probably need this year to meet and I mean, they would have to find a way to raise money privately to promote the passage of it.
Y'all put that on the discussion agenda for next meeting then?
Yeah, I think so.
Got that, Amber?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Wood? Comments, questions?
No, I just think it's going, we gotta educate the public fast, because the word tax is in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Always.
Exactly right.
That word, tax.
Mr. Chandler?
I'll play devil's advocate. So some of the arguments that you'll hear if we do this is, hey, I'm a property tax owner. I mean, I pay property taxes. Now you're raising my taxes again because I shop in Stokes County. So I've got to pay for, you know, I got to pay more in my, I guess part of my argument would be, well, I mean, that's true. By expanding the base, though, it will slow down your property tax rate increase.
Yeah, it could
You
stave
wanna
it
pay
off.
part of it, all of it.
Yeah.
It could
So I mean,
stave
I
it
think
off.
that that's what is, you know, as we, you know, if we appoint the committee, that's some of the things that they need. You need to come up with, you know, what questions am I going to get when I'm out there talking to the public, and then have an answer. Because if you don't have the answer,
Well, before when, and Shannon was a big part of trying to get it passed the last time, and I think, and I was coming to a lot of meetings because I was contemplating whether I was going to run or not, and maybe I'd already filed to run. I don't remember. But I know after being on a bond referendum committee and some of the things that I learned about the county wouldn't be able to spend their funds to promote it and all that, I feel like they were kind of behind the 8 ball, like getting a late start on that, and I know the county manager at the time went to a lot of meetings, but I feel like this committee could do that. Some of us could do that. Like if we know certain, Ruitons or Rock House Ruitons or certain groups that we are familiar with, one of us could go, two of us could go, county manager could go, some of this committee could go, just people that can inform the public in lots of different committee, talk to the fire departments, different things.
Shannon, where do you think it failed? If you had to do over, what would you do different? Let's put it that way.
Well, I mean, we did all the I did all the research beforehand to see which one had the best chance of passing out, and other counties had historically gotten it passed on a primary, so that was the reason we chose that. Just being able to really give a really, drill in a really specific use for it. I think it stayed a little too broad. I think people, if they can just really hear something they really care about, that they'll be more likely to vote for it, even if it says tax, if they just know a really specific use for it. Not any kind of vague, could be this or could be that. I think it just...
I don't even think they'll go for the school unless there's a plan for the schools.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. You're right.
Yeah. I mean, there's got to be a something
And I
really
think they're
defined
just people
that
just
will understand and want to
misunderstood.
support.
I had people say, a quarter cent, and I'm like, it's a quarter of a cent, a quarter of a penny. But some people really thought it was 25 cents.
Oh, that is true. Well, we did that on those little things that we did. We had penny, and we had little section cut out, trying to show this is what it is.
You had some flyers and brochures and things, but
put it out there. But yeah, I think just not being specific enough about people really understanding what you wanted to use it for. Just they saw tax and said no. It did better. It got closer. It was almost half last time. But still, if you remember a few years ago, Forsyth County got theirs passed. It failed once, and then they did I'm not suggesting you do this, but they did a property tax increase one year, and then the next year they sold it with a property tax decrease. They said, we're going to decrease taxes if the quarter cent sales tax passes. And so it passed.
Wow.
And then they decreased taxes. But that doesn't get you any more revenue,
right
just gets you right back where you were at. But I guess
I
that was
don't
a way
understand the logic in that.
to replace,
But it could stave off a
Better do your
increase for a
analysis
while,
for you.
possibly. That might be a selling point.
Yeah.
But a lot of restaurants and some places you go in this county already charge 7%, and I don't know how they do that. And I think it goes right into the coffers of the
It does.
state.
It rounds up to the state, and they take it if they already
State
charge
takes it.
Yeah.
So if you watch
They
carefully
keep it.
your receipts, sometimes it says 7% in Stokes County. Some
Yeah, if
places
they send in additional money, it stays at the state, doesn't come back to the county.
we don't get it.
Good. Any other comments, Commissioner Mendenhall? I've been an advocate for this for a long time. Simply, the main purpose to relieve pressure on property tax. I just don't think it's fair that property tax pays everything. And we've got all these people that are visiting the county, and they're getting away scot-free, basically. And then our property tax payers pay the bills. So there's a direct correlation between the two. If we can do a quarter cent sales tax, that will definitely relieve some level of pressure on property tax. And then I agree too with really being specific about what you're going to do with it. I think that's the trick to finally getting it through. I think we tried twice already, right?
Yeah. First time it failed.
First time it was.
Yeah, really bad first
This
time.
last time it was closer. It was 49 to, it was close.
Yeah, so
Closer.
we just gotta do our homework and get it right.
And probably will mean us, along with the committee and whoever, going to some extra
I still think
places to sell it.
We have people at the polls when they're coming in to say, hey, but, vote for
There
the.
were a few candidates that handed it out
Yeah.
with their stuff, but there
No.
wasn't any specific
pushing.
people for it.
Yeah.
But that committee, that's what we had to do with the bond referendum.
Well, if you get some private donors to help you do a mailer, we just can't use county funds for that. Like a mailer would help too. And I still think the primary is probably your best shot because you have a chance to reach more people that vote in the primary.
Rockingham
and maybe
passed it in
listen
the
to you.
primary.
Yeah. And occupancy tax is the same thing, they're coming here, they don't have to pay, we go stay somewhere else, we pay the occupancy
Huge
tax.
percentages somewhere else.
So
Huge.
they both have that effect, I think, of giving us more revenue without property tax.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any other comments on that? So it's on the agenda next time for the committee. Budget guidance as needed. Anybody have any budget guidance you want to give out tonight? I don't. Okay. Now it moves us to the action agenda. Background check policy. Get a motion for approval.
I'll make a motion that we approve the background policy.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Then the other item on there is offer to purchase the residential structure. A motion for that.
Make a motion to take the offer to purchase the residential structure that was talked about last meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Okay, we're unanimous on that one as well. Okay, it's now time to go into closed session. We don't have any other actions, do we? We didn't move anything, did we? Go into closed session and Amber will read the rationales. Sped up on you all of a sudden, didn't we?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Getting late.
I'm telling you.
I thought you were here just to watch that.
Okay, let's do this one here. Okay. Yes. Okay. To consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged. And that's pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of employment, or conditions of an initial employment of an individual public officer or employee, or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear and investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee. And that's General Statute 143-318.11A6.
Make a motion that we enter closed.
Second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, we're in closed session. Okay, we're back in open session. We have one item of business to deal with before we adjourn, so can I get a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve a temporary contract for Darlene Bullens with a rate of $50 an hour for the temporary position of office assistant to Amber in the terms of helping with the assistant county manager slash clerk to the board, whatever the duties that she needs help with.
Administrative.
And the contract will be posted on the Stokes County website.
Second.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Phew.